drive curiosity. So do we want persons who are around us who actually come in and say, all right, hey, look, I understand what you have explained, or based on what I see that you are doing, or teaching, or showing, or demonstrating, this is what I have made.
So
What do you think?
this is directly geared towards creatives.
Yes. What do you think of this? And I don't want to box it and say creatives, because essentially we all have creative elements of or being on our fiber. We all can create something, and we all do create something on a day-to-day basis. This, what we're doing here, is a creation. Even though you're not a pure creative as an artist or a sketch or sculptor, but this is a creation. And it took thought and process and creativity to build this out. So having a team of linchpins as opposed to building out a team where somebody shows up and says, all right, so what do you want me to do? What happens is that that person now will always have to be told what to do, because that was a start.
So I want to make sure that we're understanding the root of the problem that you're solving.
Sure.
So you are saying in your mind there's a gap that exists with persons who are creative generally.
Yes.
Regardless of the nature of that creation.
That creation. So
and Blank Canvas gives what? A space?
Gives a space and a driving factor to show that there is creative potential in all of us.
Right.
Even if you're an accountant,
Right.
even if you're a bookkeeper, there's creativity in all of us. Now, the other elements, the driving elements for me, when you look at tension and enrollment, persons may put a negative connotation to tension, anxiety, stress, discomfort, but there's positive and negative in everything. Right. So the positive elements of tension is that tension builds, tension catapults, and tension guides. Right. So if you look at even your physical makeup, when you put your muscles under tension, you get stronger.
Right.
That's how you get stronger. That's
right.
building.
Yes.
If you have a slingshot and you have to draw that slingshot, whatever you put in that slingshot, the kinetic energy catapults it. Right? And the force of the slingshot is at its strongest when it's stretched. Right? If you're using a sailboat or a parachute, when the wind hits, the sail needs to have tension in order for it to be guided. Because if it just flap like a
curve. Are you
curve.
seeing creativity as that tension?
Yes.
Okay.
So
I want to stay with that point. What is the opportunity from a business standpoint because we all know that Jamaicans are creative.
Yeah.
Everybody knows, Jamaica is a
we're
place of
talented,
food.
but
right. But what is it with that creative tension that we have? How do you harness that, and how are you trying to harness that with the Experience Company through Blank Canvas to turn that into actual business operation?
So looking at the business model, for example, what I want to do is to be able to ensure that persons understand that the traditional industrial way of doing business has to change. And that change starts with understanding your purpose for that change. So even if it is that you're not identifying yourself as a true creative, but you're an entrepreneur, you're making something, you're building a brand, there has to be generosity and care and consideration that doing business now means that you choose the people that you serve, and in choosing to serve them, you understand that you have to give a little bit more. Right. It's not just a transaction where you're just doing a product for an exchange for cash. Right. There has to be an element of building culture and paying attention to the culture. So the commodity of service through your creativity, of building a brand, of building a product, to have influence for persons. That influence now needs to translate to how is it going to make these persons' lives better. It has to translate to that.
It sounds like there's a one of my favorite books is a book by John Mackey called Conscious Capitalism.
Yes.
And it sounds like that is precisely what you're looking to do. In one of the things that is important for business is some people call it customer acquisition. In the age of digital, people call it fans. People call it their community of influence. We just use the word tribe. For your podcast specifically, and by
Yeah.
the way, congratulations on your subscriber.
Yeah, appreciate it. We're going to 100 subscribers, organic, and in the customer acquisition, that is evangelism.
Right.
And how I've built this customer acquisition, this tribe, is through evangelism. Somebody watched it. Somebody had a moment of, wow, this spoke to me.
Right.
And then they started to tell others.
Right.
So it's a process of telling the others
Right.
that has enabled the tribe to be built, if you will.
Let's stay with that. So I'm watching Digital Housing now. I'm listening to this interview. I am in Mandeville. I want to start a blog that explores. You're exploring the creative sector, but anything. Somebody's exploring something else. How did you go about starting? What happened? Because I've listened to the content. It's amazing content.
Appreciate it.
How do you prepare? How do you get it all together so that you have that quality at the end of the day?
All right. So the first thing is to ask yourself this question here: why not? Right? We talk ourselves out of doing things more than we actually talk ourselves into doing things. And if we give ourselves a list of all of the reasons why we say we can't do this, 90% of them don't make no sense.
Right.
As a matter of fact, I'll bump it to 99.
Right.
99% of the things on that list that you said, oh, I shouldn't do this. It makes no sense, and there's absolutely no reason. So looking at formalizing, I didn't actually know what I was doing, honestly.
Yeah.
I just had an idea, and I said, I want to do a podcast.
Yeah.
How? I started to research.
Right.
What is the best elements to do a podcast? I'm book up on some whole heap of equipment listing. I said, but I don't know nothing about them something.
Right.
And I don't have the first mic. I don't even have the little cushion for go up on the mic. I have nothing. I have a camera. Well, I have a phone.
Right.
But I don't have the equipment.
Right. Right.
How do I actually get this done?
Right.
Check your resources. Who in my network or affiliated with my network
Right.
do I think can possibly assist with this?
So first rule: don't do it alone.
Don't do it alone. Right?
Right. Right.
Find a team.
Right.
Because you'll never achieve it if you're just trying to haul everything by yourself.
Yeah.
Find a team. Even if you have multifaceted skills, you still need a team.
Yeah.
So I found a technical person who can actually do the recording, do the audio, do the engineering, and do all of that. Then I decided that, okay, I need someone who is going to be creative with the visuals. Who is that person? Find another element and look at how we can actually create and design something that will now be appealing to somebody.
Yeah.
What does that design look like?
Yeah.
I had a blank moment, and I said, but in this blank moment, I have something to create,
Right.
hence the name, Blank
Blank
Canvas.
Canvas.
Right? So now my canvas is whatever it is that I choose to make
And put on it.
and put on it,
Right.
which goes back to we are all creative.
Right.
So we all have a canvas that we set for ourselves on a day-to-day basis.
Right.
You chose your outfit this morning. You
Yeah.
chose what you wanted to eat. You chose to be a part of something greater than yourself, i.e. digital housing, in an attempt to influence persons to realize that there is potential through doing business in digital.
And it brings me back to another gem.
Mhm.
Stephen Covey, who is, again, one of my favorite business writers,
Yeah.
has this thing that he says the only thing that we really have control over is our ability to make decisions that affect us.
Absolutely.
Right? Our ability to change our minds.
That's the thing that makes us human.
Yeah.
We have creativity and
It's
we
our
have
superpower.
imagination. That is our superpower.
Yeah.
And that superpower gives us dominion over every other living organism ever created.
Yes.
We can create, we can imagine, we can use our thought processes to make our lives better. So why aren't we actually facilitating that? Why aren't we actually driving that? Why are we hesitating to say, but this might not work?
Right.
There's a possibility that everything might not work.
Right.
Given let's look at something, right? suppose everybody that decided to do something great in the world
Yeah.
also told themselves that me not bother. Suppose Steve Jobs decides say, yo boy,
It's hard.
this hard. Bill Gates will laugh after me.
Yes.
Me not bother do this.
Yes.
Suppose Jeff Bezos say, oh, this book thing, I don't really think it's going to go nowhere, you know.
Right,
And just shut down Amazon.
Yeah.
What would our world look like today?
Yeah.
The guys who decided that, look, we are going to transform how you travel.
Yeah.
We're going to make airplanes. We're going to make a car.
Yeah.
We're going to make a computer. We're going to make an interface that you can connect with somebody that is millions of miles away via telephone. Like, what if everybody that decided to actually go on this journey change their minds?
Yeah.
So what is stopping you from being that
Yeah.
person on your journey?
And that's, I think that's one of the fundamental things that we miss as human beings is that we arrive, well, everybody is alive now. We arrive in a world that is built and designed, and we think that it's permanent.
Yeah.
And nothing can change about this world. But one of the
Changes
things that
every
we
minute.
miss, one of the things that we miss is that the world has been designed and has been created by people just like us.
Just like us.
And we have the ability to impact it. We have
Yeah.
the ability to influence. We have the ability to change it. We have the ability to change it in the design. There's nothing insurmountable. Even in this COVID crisis, we have the ability to rethink and re-engineer and come up with more innovative ways of doing things.
Absolutely.
And I think that's what you're pointing.
Absolutely.
Wonderful point. I wish I could stay on it.
Yeah, but
We have to move on.
move through.
Let's talk a little bit about how are you using technologies? How are you marketing? How are you driving what you're doing? How are you getting the word out? What is the most important marketing channel for you?
So I may have the most non-digital references
Sure.
for the entire digital housing today, but the use of digital plays a critical role in every element of what it is that we're trying to create. However, before I get into digital, what I'm trying to do is to understand the people element first. Right. Understand the humanization of thought to execution, and then using digital now as a tactic. So digital is the tactic for me, not the strategy. And I think we need to ensure that when we're using digital, we also create the opportunity to understand that this is a tactic to get to our customers and use it critically.
So in a way, what you're saying is, even if you're on digital, marketing doesn't change. It's still about people.
It's still about people. It's about people first and foremost.
Yeah.
So before you go diving into the digital pool and split splashing with everybody else, doing ads, doing boosting, step back, understand the surroundings first. Understand that there's a people engagement that you have to understand. Yeah. And then when you use digital, it enables you now to get to that person quicker, because you already understand what it is that this person is looking for. So if I'm using digital, I understand that he may not necessarily, if I'm doing a product or a commodity, I need to understand that he may not want a phone.
Right.
He wants the ability to connect and the ability to be a part of a community.
Right.
So how do I engage him? She may not want an Audi. She just wants the ability to commute comfortably. So whether it be an Audi, whether it be a Honda, whatever it is, the base of it remains the same. Yeah. The human desire remains the same. Yeah. Digital is the element that we use to enhance that human desire.
You know, one of the things that, I don't know if you remember, but back in the day at Digital Housing, at Point Global, we had a saying for the creative theme, which was think more, design less. And that is exactly, because a lot of people get up and start creating elaborate, they build out $1 million website, they do. When, if they think about who they're trying to serve first,
right,
then you hit the mark.
You hit the mark.
What I hear you are saying is, what you focus on is, who am I trying to serve first? And then use that as a platform to which you drive everything else.
Exactly. So now the metric becomes easier to understand and to measure. Because if I have put out an ad and I have done a campaign, I'm not even understanding who it is that I'm trying to serve or who I'm trying to attract or who my audience, target, fan base that I'm trying to build. When I see 100,000 views on face value, and that means to me that 100,000 persons engaged, or I see 500 or 50,000 likes, or I can now go deeper into it and understand who actually clicked to go to the shopping page or to visit the website. If we're not actually looking at the conversion, what comes out of the funnel, because the top of the funnel will always start nicely.
Yeah.
You know, you'll get most person's attention there first.
Right.
But who comes out at the end of the funnel is who it is that you really need to concentrate on. But it becomes easier once you understand where you should have put the funnel in the first place.
Right.
Right?
Which is a fancy way of really saying marketing is about the science of targeting.
Exactly.
By the way, I'm
targeting the right
patenting that
people.
yeah. Marketing is the science of targeting.
Yeah.
It's figuring out who your target is and really being useful to that.
To that, absolutely.
Again, we need about 3 hours because there's so much things I want to explore.
Because, all right, hold on. Let me touch on something real quick, right? One of my fundamental problems that I think exists with marketing, and I'm going to make the point. So this is definitely another 3 hour, but we'll get it. I don't think we do marketing very well in Jamaica on a broad base.
Right.
I think we do a lot of advertising.
Ah.
And I think we run a lot of ad campaigns
Yes.
and call it marketing.
Yes.
When really and truly, for me, my marketing campaign needs to hit 2 marks. It needs to move the experiential needle, and it needs to move the empathetic needle.
Yeah.
So translate that into what your digital customer understands from what it is that you're doing. If that's not the formula that it works out to, then you need to start over.
But one of the things that points to as well is that we are wasting a lot of money because we are all over the place. We're not targeted.
Exactly.
We're wasting a lot of money because we are trying to advertise a lot instead of really understanding what the customer needs is.
Right.
Really understanding how we reach the customer. And maybe the ad is not the thing that the customer really needs to see.
They don't need that.
Right.
Ads lead to more ads.
Yes.
And a lot of us are tired of seeing ads.
Right.
We want action. But if you're giving me an ad and it speaks to me, then it makes me move to an action.
Right.
So if you're advertising to a bike club,
Yes.
but these guys don't cycle,
Yes.
then why are you selling me a bicycle? Like, that's not what I came here for.
Right. And which is why I'm surprised that more people don't use digital.
Yeah.
Because digital, one thing it does well is saying, I really want to target the person that is X demographic, X
Right.
space, X. And
beyond the
if
demographic, the psychographic as well.
Yeah. Right. We have to come back to this. We have to come back. So, this is a little bit of cheeky. So you consider yourself an entrepreneur or an influencer?
I'd say an innovator. I'll put it in an innovator. A little bit of everything.
Yeah.
Somebody once told me that I'm not a marketer. I was like, what do you mean? But it may be actually true.
Yeah.
Because how I look on marketing doesn't fit the traditional marketing equation. But yeah.
Let's jump to the experience company. I know it's something that we have spoken a lot about. It's something that I remember you pitching it to me, and I love it.
Yeah.
I loved it. And so what is the experience company?
So the experience company is a creative hub that provides experiential marketing solutions. And that is it in a nutshell.
But explain, what is experiential
So
marketing?
experiential marketing is, in my view, whatever actionable that moves your customer towards increasing their affinity to your brand almost effortlessly.
So it's less about getting in their ears and more about affecting their behavior.
And affecting their behavior, affecting their lives, and definitely affecting the culture and or subculture that they see themselves a part of. So if I can give you a quick example, and I'll use this as probably a case study, right? Going back to the case that we do a lot of ads in Jamaica. For the persons watching who are probably a little over 30, you may know, remember the Lucky Cows ad?
Yes.
Anchor or Lucky Cows. Everybody are dancing in front of the TV, right? If you're under 25, it's okay. Mothers.
Yeah.
Patty cheese,
Yeah.
and that them call it.
Yeah.
When you used to hear Sherwin Williams ad,
Yeah.
you know it's a news time.
Yeah.
And the ad that I want to use as case point is Lasco mackerel,
Right.
Miss Lickle.
Right.
Miss Lickle, where you cook?
Yes.
Lasco mackerel and rice.
Yeah.
Now, I thought of this case study as a perfect opportunity to expound on some of the opportunities that we miss when it comes to experiential marketing and some of the opportunities that we miss when it comes to changing or creating impact in the culture. Now, here's Lasco, champion poor people brand, and here's mackerel, champion poor people food. Right? Now, everybody understands that there's a socioeconomic tier that Lasco creates value for.
Right.
What and understanding the culture that exists, the week or the day that the best financial decisions need to be made by that lower socioeconomic tier is Vengeance Week, between the 23rd and the 24th, just before you get paid.
Right.
Why? Because we don't have no more money.
Right.
We need to make it till payday. Enough people on the 24th is a $1,000 of them having in their pocket,
Right.
and it need to stretch for bus fare,
Right.
lunch, I mean if I come back and work tomorrow.
Right, right.
So how do I use this $1,000 effectively?
Right.
I thought, what if actually Lasco did do a tin boom day and say, look, we are putting the most affordable product, Lasco mackerel, which is also one of the most affordable meals to cook as well. You don't really need no whole heap of ingredients. Like a scotch bonnet and like an onion and some flour, knead up some dumpling, you're good to go.
Right.
What if you actually had a tin boom day, right? What if you actually said that, look, across the restaurants, cook shops,
Right.
mackerel up on the menu.
Right.
And when I say mackerel up on the menu
You're
for,
just giving us some free.
yeah, take it. Say mackerel up on the menu for 3 bills.
Yeah.
Because on that day, people can't really afford to
Right.
buy a $600 or $500 meal.
And in your mind, that goes directly to understanding Jamaican culture,
Jamaican
the way
culture,
Jamaican consumes, the way Jamaican interact with the products that they service, which is around, again, behavioral change,
Right.
experiential marketing.
And the space that you play in. So if you say Tin Boom Day on the 24th and that becomes a culturally relevant thing going forward, then you know, have to ask what kind of mackerel. If when we get paid, you know, whenever we go supermarket, you know, Alaska mackerel.
Because you have affected them in their real life.
in a real life. You
Yes.
understand?
Yeah.
So we don't need you don't need to do a billboard.
Yeah. Right. Yuan, I wish we could have continued this conversation. There's
We're
so
running
many
out of
things
time.
that we never get to hit.
Yeah.
You have the floor. Where can people find your blog? As a matter of fact, in concluding, how did you choose where you wanted your blog to appear, and where can people find
Find
your
it.
blog
Mhm.
before we close out?
So the choice is all an experiment,
Yes.
right? And I'm open to experimenting. I think that is something that we also need to be brave enough to do.
Yeah.
Step up and experiment. Try it. See if it works. If it don't work, that's okay.
Yeah.
Try something else. So, given that the blog started in COVID season, there was a drawback, whereas I couldn't actually visit people to do a visual recording. And people just never got barber. People not do hairdresser
I
thing.
still have a video.
Yeah. so there's an aesthetic that we need to also consider, right?
Right.
So we said, okay, how about if we do audio only?
Right.
And in doing audio only, I said, okay, I'll use this as an experiment to see if I can actually get people to sit and listen to what I'm saying and what this conversation is about for 30 minutes or less.
Explain the artwork behind each blog.
Therefore, an illustration was necessary to counteract the lack of imagery or visuals. So what the illustration now represents is a visual representation of what this idea is supposed to be. What does the conversation embody in one image?
Yeah.
So I reached out to an illustrator to say, look, listen,
Again,
join
the
the
team.
team and let's work on this project on creating something different.
Where can people find you?
Yuan_I am. That's my personal IG page. Yuan Campbell on LinkedIn. The Blank Canvas JA Gmail address. That's where you can send direct queries. And Blank Canvas JA on Instagram and on YouTube as well. Blank Canvas JA is the channel for the podcast.
Thank you so much, Yuan. There's so much things we never get a chance to go to the
Part 2, 3, 4, 5.
Has to come.
Yeah.
Amazing conversation. Again, focusing on your audience, driving innovation, asking yourself why not, realizing that you can change the world if you actually go out and do what you need to do, really impacting and finding innovation and driving not just advertising, but actually changing experience that affect the culture. Thank you for tuning in. We're going to have another exciting conversation coming up with a number of our other speakers in about 5 minutes. Join me for the next session. Thank you, Yuan.
Appreciate it, brother. Every time.
Your legs. They're saying you're a hero, the MVP, the boss. But the swelling, aching, and burning are getting in the way of the game and your life. Varicose and spider veins can be uncomfortable and get in the way of your daily activities and get worse if left untreated. Contact Vein Centers of Jamaica or visit jamaicavein.com. Listen to your legs. Your relief, your life.
Yes, Chairman, we've made contact with all of our customers. 34 years ago, Exim made a commitment to Jamaica to help facilitate economic growth by providing loan financing solutions to companies just like you.
They say that necessity is the mother of invention. And in times like these, our commitment to you has not wavered, even as we seek to find innovative ways to serve you, to ensure your safety and the safety of our staff.
The success of your business is our priority. Exim cares.
Exim cares about your business.
Exim cares about you.
Your legs. They're saying you're a hero, the MVP, the boss. But the swelling, aching, and burning are getting in the way of the game and your life. Varicose and spider veins can be uncomfortable and get in the way of your daily activities and get worse if left untreated. Contact Vein Centers of Jamaica or visit jamaicavein.com. Listen to your legs. Your relief, your life.
Yes, Chairman, we've made contact with all of our customers. 34 years ago, Exim made a commitment to Jamaica to help facilitate economic growth by providing loan financing solutions to companies just like you.
They say that necessity is the mother of invention. And in times like these, our commitment to you has not wavered, even as we seek to find innovative ways to serve you, to ensure your safety and the safety of our staff.
The success of your business is our priority. Exim cares.
Exim cares about your business.
Exim cares about you.
Yes. Well, I'm just counting down the days now, So I've been in quarantine at home for the past 2 weeks, but I feel fine, My symptoms have subsided, so it's just until I get the all clear and can be reunited with my family. But I've been working from home the same way. I'm building something really great, Javette, that I hope that the world takes notice of. Starting here in Jamaica and then the Caribbean, and then eventually, the sky is the limit, especially with this new digital age, with globalization and all the lessons that COVID has taught us. My immediate ambition is to build a platform that helps to educate Jamaicans while also giving, some level of entertainment. But ultimately what I want to achieve is a country where people are financially literate, are able to build wealth for themselves, and can build wealth for the entire country, for the economy.
Right. When you started out, did you see yourself as an entrepreneur, or you saw an opportunity that you wanted to fill?
I did see myself as an entrepreneur very early on in the game, and that's why I think that has contributed to my success. So a lot of people who start business might not even realize that they are a business, that their brand is a business. And from the very beginning, I structured my company as a company. I structured my advertising packages, the way that I approached acquiring new customers, quote unquote, new viewers, and acquiring new people who would be willing to advertise with me. So I think recognizing that very early on helped me to achieve the level of growth that I have in such a short time.
Wonderful. How important is the financial literacy and the understanding of how money works, how the stock market works, how businesses work, and how deals are made Yeah, how important is that to the Jamaica and Caribbean landscape?
It's vastly important, Javette, because a lot of people go into business because I like this. Let's say I am a soap manufacturer. I have found a passion for making new types of soaps with new aromas and new textures, and I just love making soap and selling soap. But they don't know the business behind it, and so because they're focused and they're all engrossed, all encompassed in the manufacturing of the product, they don't spend the time to learn the business of marketing that product, of finding the markets, of making the sales, doing the accounts, and being able to grow the business. And so having that business mindset early on is extremely important. And on an individual level, even if you're not an entrepreneur, it's important for you to know, how to manage your personal finances and to realize that you need passive income if you want to reach the levels of financial freedom that are possible. So you don't want to be relying solely on your 9-to-5 job as your sole source of income. You want other sources of income that can come to you even as you sleep.
Sure. Now, Khalil, I'm going to be asking you a lot of questions about how you have grown your audience, because it has been phenomenal. Everybody who I talk to, I know a lot of entrepreneurs, I deal with a lot of entrepreneurs, and everybody is talking about money moves and taking stock and watching your program. So we'll get into that. But I really also would want to ask, how did you get started? What was the important steps for you? You have long been a journalist, a media practitioner, but how did you make that transition to entrepreneurship and building your business?
Right, so it started one day last year. I literally just had an idea. It was in March 2019, and I think it was around budget time. The national budget debates were going on, and there were some really important things coming out of the budget debate, like concerning taxes, for example. And I said, you know what, people really need to understand this, but the language that it's presented in the parliament and in much of the mainstream news, it kind of escapes most people's comprehension level.
Yes.
But I know that if people could understand what was going on, they would be interested in what was going on, not just for something like the budget, but because of all the activity that I saw going on the stock exchange as well. There is so much excitement regarding the stock exchange, Jamaica having the best performing stock exchange in the world. Yes. I think it was 2018 was the last time. And in the past 5 years, being among the top 5 for 3 of the past. And Young had this idea to do something called Money Mondays on my Instagram. And I literally I had the idea, it was around the budget time, took up my phone and I just did this and started talking to my phone, recorded it, posted it, called it Money Mondays. Yes. Probably after doing that about 3 Mondays, and seeing the overwhelming response it was getting on social media, it was getting a lot of likes, a lot of comments, a lot of shares, importantly, and a lot of people saving it on Instagram, meaning that they intended to come back to it and watch it again. Right. I said, okay, we have something here. Yes. At the time, I only had about 5,000 and something followers, right? Yes. And I said, let me approach a potential sponsor or sponsors to see if they would be interested in this product. And I approached Proven, and they said yes immediately, even though I had a fairly small following at the time. Right. And so what I did over the next several months was build it out, keep producing the content consistently, which has been the key to growing the audience, hosting the consistent content. Right. And anything that I made from Proven, I actually reinvested in improving quality. So if you see my videos now, I'm no longer recording on my phone. I have a whole set. Right. I ended up, investing in equipment, investing in lighting, investing in even script writers, so I don't have to do all the production work myself anymore, and just consistently using what I've made and growing the company, growing the brand, growing the business end. So really bootstrapping everything. And the last year has been an extreme learning curve in terms of being an entrepreneur.
I can imagine.
I learned the word bootstrapping. I learned the word bootstrapping in the past year. I didn't even know there was a word for it.
Yes. No, congrats. Your growth has been phenomenal. I am a huge
Thank
fan
you.
of the show. I'm a huge fan of the content and the quality of the content. And I want to stay with that. How deliberate are you about having value in your content and making the content real to the audience that you're trying to impact?
Extremely deliberate. Like some of the people who work with me, and I don't like to say work for me, who work with me, because I consider them, family. And funny enough, I've never even met some of them. All of this has been done virtually, especially since the pandemic. Some of the new members of my team I've never met in person. But they might think that I nitpick sometimes, because I'm always going back at it and looking at their script and I'm saying, this could be simpler. Make it simpler. And they go back and they revise and I say, it can still be simpler. Use a smaller word. Don't use that big word. If your little sister who's in 6th grade can't understand it, and I always tell them, aim for a grade 6 literacy and comprehension level. If somebody sitting GSAT can't understand it, you need to rewrite it, because we need to find the lowest common denominator. That is the barrier that I've seen, and that's a big part of the value that we have added. If ordinary people can't understand it, then what's our point in being here? People watch us, people listen to us because we make things relatable to them. So we're very, very deliberate about ensuring that message is crafted in a particular way.
Right. So again, now focusing a little bit more on how have you grown your audience? How have you acquired content? Obviously is an important part of it, but you also use social very well. What informs how you use social? What informs how you stay relevant to your audience? Because there's a lot of channels, a lot of influencers, a lot of broadcasters that put out business content. How do you stay so close to the persons who are watching you? Because I almost feel like you're my personal financial advisor taking me through these. How do you stay so close to the audience in using digital and social?
I read a lot, I listen a lot, and I do like to watch stuff on YouTube. So I'm a YouTuber too. So in terms of advising strategy, I watch a lot of YouTube videos on other people who are influencers. But in terms of the content, developing the content and staying close to people, Twitter is a great source, seeing what people are talking about, what's the buzz, following the news. So you really have to stay on top of it and ask yourself questions. So another part of our value add is that we go beyond the news. So we interpret what the news is telling you, or what the hard news is might be company A acquires company B.
Right.
So now Money Mondays and Taking Stock is going to go beyond that headline and tell you why this is important and why that matters to me. One of my programs is called What's in It for Me. So why do I care?
Yes.
And we open with that hook that tries to let people understand, why do I care? I had an episode this week, Money Mondays came on this week, which was about Jamaica Broilers Group financial performance. And the script writer had in something about Jamaica Broilers as the hook. And I said, no. This story, even though we're talking about Jamaica Broilers, why do I care? It's not about Jamaica Broilers. This story is actually about chicken.
Right.
Everybody likes chicken, right?
Yes.
And that's literally the first line in the piece. Okay. The first line in the piece was, everybody loves chicken, right? And that's how I'm going to hook you. So if I say that to you now, you're immediately interested because you go, yeah, I like chicken, love my chicken. And then the next sentence was about, will there be enough chicken for Christmas? I'm like, oh my goodness, now I need to watch the rest of this video because I need to know what's going on for Christmas. I might not necessarily be as interested in hearing about the company, Jamaica Broilers, but now I'm going to tell you why this is important to you, why you should care. And if you're interested in investing in a company like a Jamaica Broilers, how does this all tie in?
Right. No, Khalila, what I'm hearing there are three key things that are coming out at me. And you can tell me if I'm right for the benefit of the audience as well as my own listening. One, great content. Two, really understand the value that you're trying to convey. So really understand your audience. If you're trying to make financial news and business news simple, really make it simple, and spend a lot of time being focused on what you're trying to do, and really learn from everybody around you and build out a team. Those are 4 things that I'm hearing so far.
And consistency. You've got to be consistent. A lot of people on social media try a thing, and then after a few weeks they realize, okay, this is hard. Keeping up, doing it consistently, even when I don't feel like doing it this week. I might be feeling sick. I might have COVID.
Yes.
I'm still going to do my show, even if I have COVID. I had a baby and I still did my show the next day.
No, you're a superwoman to me, because I saw you hosting the election debate. I remember you interviewing me on Nationwide about a business that I invested in.
Right.
All of how do you do it? What is a Kalila day? Because it seems like you are getting so much done. How are you accelerating your performance? What is the secret to how you get all of these things done that are within your vision to do in such an efficient manner?
You really have to organize your time, Javette, and waking up early helps a lot. So when I'm on Nationwide, I'm up at 4 a.m. because my show starts at 6 and I gotta be at work by 5. So my day starts at 4 a.m. and then I get through, all the Nationwide stuff. I have to, take care of my family as well. So spend time with family. That has to be scheduled in, literally, making a part of just blocking off a part of my day as family time and not taking any, business calls, not doing any interruptions during that time. And, just time blocking is really important in getting stuff done, or else you end up getting lazy.
Yes.
You end up saying, I don't feel like it right now. But when you block your time and say, okay, on Tuesday I'm going to do this, on Wednesday I'm going to do that, and you have your list of accomplishments that you want to accomplish on each day or by the end of each week, then you can knock it out and get it done, right, as long as you commit to the schedule.
Okay, wonderful. What advice would you give to a person who is thinking, regardless of the business that they're thinking of starting, what advice would you say, hey, these are the things that were critical for me. These are the things that I needed to learn. These are the things that, even at this founder's stage, the first year of operation, the things that, I never really anticipated but had to learn quickly. How would you instruct an aspiring entrepreneur?
Seek advice and read a lot.
Yeah. What are some of the things you are reading
and read
now?
a whole lot. So I read a lot of stuff. And when I say read, I mostly do Audible books these days, because it's more efficient. So I can be doing the dishes and listening to my audiobook. I can be driving and listening to my audiobook. So I've been listening to a lot of stuff on marketing. Right. So I read this book called Contagious by Jonah Berger. Right. Or Berger, I'm not sure if it's Berger or Berger. I read another book called Blue Ocean Strategy. I've just been reading a whole lot and just absorbing content and learning, because the entrepreneurship part of the game is very new to me. Yeah. I've only been an entrepreneur for about a year now. And so there's a lot to learn. And then the other thing is seeking advice from others who are in your industry, who've done it before. Anybody, and it can be anyone you know. You might not necessarily have access to this particular big name, but it can be someone who is an entrepreneur or who has done something similar before. You can reach out to people. They might say no, but they also might say yes, and try to get advice. So I've reached out so like I said, I read Contagious by Jonah Berger. Right. I sent him an email asking him some questions. Yes. And he responded. He doesn't know me.
Yes.
I might be a name in Jamaica, but he doesn't know me. Yeah. So you can take a chance, and you never know what type of response you might get. Seek advice and read a lot. That's my best advice.
One of the things, it's something that I say to people. If you pick up the phone, if you send an email, you'll be surprised. People are always, especially people who have received a level of success, they know the value of mentorship. They know the value of coaching. They know the value of trying to assist and serve. So the last book I read was Think Like a Monk by Jay Shetty. And if you haven't, it's on audiobook as well. But one of the
Think Like a what?
Think Like a Monk.
A monk.
Yes, yes.
I'll check that out.
Jay Shetty. And one in this final chapter, he says, you know, the highest calling is service, right? Because if you're serving, and really it goes to marketing as well, because it is about understanding. Yuan in his presentation spoke about empathy, understanding your audience, and the truth is, anybody that has gotten a level of success understand that you have to help people. They want to help. I am happy that you gave that anecdote about reaching out to the writer and the writer responding to you. But what are some of the key things?
And there are people I've reached out to who are my mentors who don't really know they're my mentors because I've never actually said, will you be my mentor?
Right.
But I call them all the time for advice, so they're kind of my unofficial mentors.
Yeah, and I have a lot of those as well. So what is the core, some of the core marketing lessons that you have learned that you think is important about reaching persons and your audience from a marketing standpoint? And also digital, because almost everything that you're doing is using new media, even though you have had a long expertise in a traditional media setting. You have turned to new media to drive this business. Why was that decision made, and what are some of the marketing lessons you have learned?
Right, so my business model is entirely digital indeed. So we are an online company. Like I said, I haven't even met some of my employees who, you know, put in a whole lot of effort. We meet online, we produce everything completely digitally, and our viewers are online, our audience is online as well. One of the big lessons I learned, and it came from the same book, Contagious, in terms of marketing, was the concept of social proof.
Yes.
And I've been doing various experiments with this concept of social proof. So I put out a video. I get DMs all the time, people telling me how, you know, I've influenced their journey, their financial journey.
Sure.
How I influenced them to open up an investment account, and they made their first investment last week, or I got my first dividend check last week, or whatever it is. I get tons of DMs.
Yeah.
And after reading Contagious, I thought, you know, if I could get people to say this publicly, that would make a huge difference. Like, don't just tell me, tell your audience. Spread the word.
Yeah.
And so I started posting some of them.
Yeah.
Or if somebody comes up to me and says it, I just take out my phone and I say, can I record you saying that? And more often than not, they say, sure. Yeah. And they'll tell me their story. And I started posting the story. And that got me tremendous results, even more so than spending on Facebook ads or Instagram ads or Google ads, YouTube ads. Just getting that generic response from somebody who has done it, who I have influenced, and getting them to influence other people. That has been, you know, it was just a light bulb in marketing strategy for me. And then I expanded upon that with doing the t-shirt line. So I'm like, if each of these people who say they've been influenced by me wears a t-shirt with my slogan and my website on it, that's influence whenever they go anywhere wearing it. My next product now is a face mask, because everybody reads face. You know, you have something on your face, somebody's gonna read it, right?
Yes.
So I've just ordered some face masks with that says "Let's get this money" on my website on it.
Oh, by the way, I love that phrase. I love to see your daughter. She should be your kind of your official. Our voice should be your official. Let's get this money. I love it.
Right, so I send those out. I mean, if you want to buy one, you can buy one, but I mostly send them to my followers, or I do them as giveaways. And those people who get them are really proud to wear them and spread that message themselves. And so that type of marketing, I think, has really been a great strategy for me. It's reaped tremendous results.
Kalila, I wish we had more time. I have loved our conversation. I'm sorry that it's as short as this. We have to somehow get together again, because there's so much I want to explore with how you have built, how you have grown. I wish you all the very best. Thank you for being the teacher and the voice of financial literacy in the Caribbean. I can't wait to see what Lila Reed Media will go on to do. Thank you for being a part of Digital Housing, and all the best with everything that you're doing.
Thanks, Javette.
All right. Good morning again, everybody. I am really excited about this next session. It's one of the things that I think, particularly in the COVID pandemic, is so important to a lot of people. And it's really about how we work, where we work, why we work. And I have two exceptional guests. Catherine, a long-time marketer, corporate juggernaut, well-known Jamaican executive manager, and doing all sorts of wonderful things, including motivating people. Welcome to Digital Housing.
Thank you for having me.
And Lissandra, who has been an amazing supporter of Digital Housing over the years. I think this is probably your fourth Digital Housing. So I am looking forward to this conversation. This is my first time hosting Digital Housing, but you have hosted several panels. So you may have to help me out here.
No problem, no problem.
But I jump into the conversation, Lissandra, by talking to you a little bit about the business that you have just started.
Oh.
You made an amazing step into entrepreneurship.
Yes.
Can you talk to me about what happened there and why you made that decision?
Sure. So most people will know me as the former CEO of the Branson Center of Entrepreneurship. And I was at the Branson Center for 7 years. And, you know, in a career, the 7-year itch is a real thing. And I was thinking about, well, what would I do next? And the clear next step for me was to become an entrepreneur myself and build something. And what I noticed while working at the Branson Center is that leadership and talent mattered a lot for success in business outcomes. You could have the best business model ever, but if you didn't have a fantastic entrepreneur behind that business model, that business would not do as well, wouldn't have as good outcomes. And so that issue of talent and talent development and really working with the individuals, with the founders, became more and more important to me. And I became less interested in the business itself and more interested in the people behind the business and how do you design a career over time and what choices do you make, because a career spans, your relationship to capital and how you use your talent and your labor to earn income, right? And that could be through an entrepreneurial career or through a traditional career. They're all on the same spectrum of career. And so when I decided that I wanted to start my own business, it was going to be in this area of talent and really making sure that people were aligned with their true, authentic personality, psychometrics, their true selves, in order to create better outcomes in their careers.
Wonderful. And Catherine Goodall, you have been building Emerge, which you have an amazing guest. What are you building there?
Oh, wow. So for us, Emerge was birthed from seeing a gap of people not being able to figure out what's next.
Right.
And so it was really the coming together of Rochelle Cameron, Naomi Garrick, and myself to help people to figure out what's next. So it's not just next steps in terms of career development, but it's next steps in terms of personal development.
Yeah.
So it's, you know, I have this brilliant idea and I don't know what to do with it, or I'm stuck at this place in my career and I don't feel fulfilled anymore. What's next? Yeah. Or, you know, I have a dream, I have a goal to end up as a CEO of my company and I don't know how to get there.
Right.
So it's really about workshops, summits that help with personal development.
Wonderful. And both of those kind of vision, those kind of gaps that you've identified is, I think, a good stepping point into the conversation. As the pandemic resets work, I know, and resets how we do things. Has work changed? Is work changing? Is it permanent?
Drastically.
I don't know. I think, do you want to start?
Sure, yes. Work has changed forever. And there are trends that are on the micro level, at the company level, at the individual level, and there are trends that are at the global level and the national level, right? So at the micro level, the individual is seeing how their relationship to the space of work has changed, from working from home to, you know, using a lot more technology and digital tools, to trying to create community and camaraderie while being physically distant. And at the company level, the way they think about the work environment has changed significantly. So there's automation happening at a pace that has never happened before.
Yes.
There is contract labor, which we'll talk about. There is real estate questions and commercial real estate that's happening. On the national and global level, for me, the question is, should jobs become borderless?
Right.
If we're now all working from wherever we want in the world, do jobs belong to a specific country, or are all jobs becoming more global and all talent around the world able to compete for the same job now? So all these trends are like shifting right beneath our feet and are recreating completely what it means to work.
All right. Is this a good or a bad thing? Catherine, is this good? Is this bad? Should we be scared?
So I don't know that it's good or bad. I would say it's mostly good,
Right.
or more good than bad.
Yeah.
Because like Lysandra said, at the end of the day, it has helped us to move at a pace that we never predicted that we needed to move to. Because the reality is that in Jamaica, unfortunately, we have a lot of companies that are seasoned, that are very traditionally corporate. And so it has caused a lot of them to stop and realize that it's time to catch up with the rest of the world.
Right.
I mean, people have been working from home for a long time. People have been using flex hours for a long time. And you also find that people are a lot more productive now because they're spending less time on the road in traffic.
Yes.
And so you have a lot more time to focus on what's important, and you realize that you don't need somebody standing up over you to get something done. Where I have found that a lot of us are a lot more productive now than when you're at the office, because there are a lot more distractions when you're in the same space as several other people.
Sure.
But I want to jump on that because that's the pro side of working from home, right? But there are big cons as well, especially for parents with young children. And now the borders or the boundaries between work and home have shifted so much that work is becoming a bigger and bigger percentage of your entire life because it's invaded the home space. So I'm finding that people love remote working, but not 100%.
Right.
I think we're going to move to some kind of hybrid between remote and not.
There's a lot of talk around our homes aren't designed for work. As a matter of fact, in a real way, I experienced this, even though I have a full office setup at my home now. Everything, my entire downstairs area is now my office, right? Which is great. But because I have lived in this home for a long time, I have a way of living in my home.
Yes.
And what I found in March when I made that transition is I worked from the spaces in my home that was comfortable to me. So I actually developed like a back pain because I wasn't sitting in the right chair. Is there a responsibility for companies to look at seating, furniture? Do they need to come in and assess? Do they need to, what is it, because everybody's trying to figure this out.
Yeah.
How does, as an entrepreneur, myself as an employer, what do I need to do to ensure that my team is effective in working?
Great question.
Yeah, and I think,
Catherine?
sure, and I think the reality is that accountability is important. And the responsibility is ours. At the end of the day, if we're choosing to work from home, it's our responsibility to create that space. It's our responsibility to create those boundaries. It's our responsibility to understand what environment makes us the most productive. What environment is actually good. I mean, the fact that you can acknowledge that you need lumbar support. I mean, your employer is not going to be able to know that.
Sure.
Right? So you're going to have to take the initiative now to create a space that is going to help you to perform at the capacity that you need to.
So you're saying that it's important for employees or team members to hold their hands up and say, hey, this is not working for me. This is the new operating. What kind of support can you provide?
Yeah.
All right.
And I will take the opposite side of that argument and say that as the office environment becomes less important compared to the past, we need to shift some resources away from the office as owners of businesses and leaders of companies towards giving our team members the resources they need to set up their home environment properly. And the leading company in the world for remote working, in my opinion, is WordPress Automatic, right? And there is a software engineer based in Jamaica that we know that works for WordPress. And they gave him a budget to deck out his home office the way he needed to in order to work many hours a day and be extremely comfortable.
Do I need to come to you to figure out what that budget should be?
Right? So he has this multi-screen setup, he has the ergonomic chair, and he's able to work effectively because the company supported him in being able to do that. And so I absolutely think it's on the company leaders to shift resources away from the office to the individual who is now working from home.
Okay, wonderful. So there's another trend that is emerging, particularly around, so I run an agency. I run two businesses that are really consultancy-based businesses. And as a result of that, I work with a lot of freelancers. Like if except one person here, everybody who I'm working with just in this production is somebody that is external to me. And Gartner research is now showing that 32% of what currently full-time employees are shifting to some kind of contractual type work. Is that a critical mass shift that is taking place? How good or bad is that?
So again, there are pros and cons for everything, right? And the reality is that COVID has helped a lot of employers to stop and realize that you might not need all the staff that you've had for the last 30 years. And so, unfortunately, it has led to job loss for a lot of people because you've found different ways to become more efficient. But at the same time, it has allowed employees to stop and to do some introspection, to look at a few things. One, did I even want to be there in the first place? Two, what are the skill sets that I have learned or I've developed that can now enable me to offer that service to somebody else? And so it definitely, you know, the entire, and Lysandra spoke to it earlier, it's a global shift. And so everybody now is looking online for contract workers, is looking online for people to with specific skill sets. So it allows people to specialize in different areas now as opposed to having, you know, 20 different skill sets and not being able to master all of them.
Well, I agree with you, but I think it's a terrible shift for the worker.
Absolutely.
So companies are moving to contract workers in response to the uncertainty around the pandemic and not knowing how long it will last. And so in order to plan, to do corporate planning, you have to look at your team now as a variable cost, that when your demand goes up, you expand the team, when demand goes down, you contract the team. But at the same time, the individual wants more stability, wants more certainty. As the world collapses, the world we knew collapses around us, we want a steady income, and we're now more willing to take a full-time job than become an entrepreneur compared to pre-pandemic. So the needs of the business and the needs of the team member have shifted, and there's a disconnect there. And unfortunately, I think it's going to lead to a big inequality gap between highly skilled, high-performing team members who are service-driven and can work from a laptop versus the low-skilled worker who has to go in and deliver in-person services. Some jobs cannot be remote. Some jobs cannot be work from home. And so this disparity, governments are really going to have to step in to level the playing field a little bit. And workers need to upskill themselves. The best thing you can do for yourself is to get training online, get more certifications, and upskill yourself so that your skills are more transferable to what.
So you sounded like there's an apartheid that is being created.
You know, and I also think it's important to note that a lot of employers are taking advantage of this COVID situation, and so you find that a lot of people are in limbo because they're continuing to be laid off, whether it's legal or not. You know, they've crossed over the 3 months, and now they're saying, well, we're extending it for another 3 months, which absolutely is not legal. And people's pay cuts, I mean, salaries have been cut by 50-60%, and there is no timeline around when that's going to change.
But isn't there a real, we look at the data for the last 2 quarters. Starting indicated that between March and up to the end of August, I think we declined, the economy declined by about 10%.
Yeah.
So there are certain we look at what is happening in the tourism sector, which represents 40% of our foreign exchange earning. There are some real challenges for businesses. So in a way, how do you reconcile both? And should governments be stepping up a little bit more? In a Jamaican context, that might be difficult. But where do we find the balance? Because there are certain businesses that are really, really hurting as a result of the pandemic.
I read a report last night that showed that this shift to contract work is primarily in the accommodations and service industry. So we're seeing like high tech and insurance and financial services, they're not shifting to contract workers as much as the hospitality sector.
Right.
And the reason for that, of course, is the demand in hospitality is gone. Right. And so that creates a massive problem, like you said. However, where the demand has grown is in cybersecurity, workplace safety. There are areas where logistics. Yeah. There are areas where demand has grown exponentially. We were just talking about that, Catherine, in your company, right? Your demand has gone right through the roof. And so workers need to be reskilled away from those jobs that they've lost and towards the new jobs. And that's where governments, corporates with large pools of capital can really step in and help the worker to transition.
Yeah.
Okay. So let's shift a little bit. You touched on training.
Yeah.
You have done a lot with Emerge, trying to kind of get people to realize that self-development is an important element. How important? What kind of skills that we need to function in what I will term the digital economy? What are the skills in a Jamaican context that we really need to quickly move to be relevant to anything that we're doing right now?
So I think that first of all, of course, I'm going to say leadership is one of the first things that we need to work on, because I think in Jamaica we need to accept that there's a difference between being a manager and being a leader. And being a leader really it's not positional. It's about the way that you think. It's about the way that you interact with people. It's about the way. And so leadership is important because that also helps to transition into the other things, into time management, into networking, into, you know, your work ethic. All of those things are dictated by the way that you think, right? And so Lysandra spoke to it earlier. I mean, we're all moving in a digital age, right? And so right now thank God, training is accessible to any and everybody. Online, there are so many courses that are being given away for free. Use this as an opportunity to do them. Specialize in something, whether it is Facebook marketing and advertising, it could be LinkedIn, specializing in anything. Find something that you can learn that is going to be, that you can stand out based on the level of your expertise and your experience. And if you need to give it away for free to start, give it away for free to start.
I want to I agree with what you said. What I'm going to do is now take the conversation sideways a little bit, Javette, if you'll allow me.
No, please.
Which is why I think companies are shifting to contract labor so much is it's a transition until they figure out automation, right? And artificial intelligence, chatbots, even something as simple as chatbots taking the place of customer service reps. It's going to replace a lot of jobs.
Sure.
So this is the future that I think we're heading into, where some jobs are going to be now gone to robots, right? Forever.
Yes.
So what does that mean for work and income and a career long term in the next 10 years? And because COVID has accelerated that shift to automation and artificial intelligence. So this contract labor situation is an interim solution to move to robots and bots, right? So my recommendation is number one, we're going to decouple work from income, right? That is what Soul Career is about, finding work that is meaningful for you, that comes from within you and is aligned with your personality. And the future is income. I think we're going to move to universal basic income. I see no other way forward. This is a big debate in the US, and I think this is inevitable for the world.
Yeah.
And that work will now be creation. We will no longer have to work for money. What we will work is to create value so that we can capture more value above a certain universal basic income.
Absolutely.
So if this is the future, what does that mean today? That means today that we have to prepare ourselves and create and get the skills
Yep.
that will prepare us to bring forth very valuable
Yep.
products and services. Not something that's task driven, not something that's easily replicable or can be gone to machine learning very quickly, but something that is valuable. And the areas I mentioned before, education, healthcare, cybersecurity, automation itself, data, like upskill yourselves in those areas to prepare for this new future that we're all moving into.
Wonderful.
Wow.
Wow.
Did I go too sideways?
Wow. No, but it's heavy stuff though.
But you know, that same value added, that value that you're adding, that Lysandra is talking about, is applicable to every single thing that we do on a daily basis, right? At the end of the day, even in corporate, your boss or whoever the decision makers are paying attention, especially now, to who is adding that value in the company. And so
Yes.
that is why, you know, that's what separates you from everybody else that's there.
Yes.
No, but this is a good segue for my next question,
Okay.
which is the personal development and the personal responsibility question. You've both spoke to the whole, an individual now assuming more responsibility for their own career, their own direction. Gone are the days where you come in and you have this management training program, which
That's right.
you sit down with every officer and they teach you what to do and all of that. It's now about more being a self-directed.
Yep, taking initiative.
You want to call it creative tension. creative tension where you're really affecting your own trajectory.
Yes.
Talk to me a little bit about that and how people who are sitting here who are thinking, Lord, how do I do that? Where are the initial things that you would say for them? We heard a lot about reading. We heard a lot about educational resources online. Where does that person who is like, you know, my job is one of those jobs that is going to probably go, where do they start on the personal development, on the upskilling part of it?
Well, I would definitely default to Lysandra because she is the sole career lady. And I mean, I have participated in Lysandra's course and I follow everything that she does. And I'm a big proponent too for personality tests. So I do the DISC test. Just because I think it's easier to process and to understand. But first of all, I would start with knowing who you are. A lot of us think that we know ourselves. And the reality is that maybe not so much. And it's okay to have, you know, not be the same person now that we were 5 years ago. And so I actually like to do the personality test every year and I hope that there's some change, right? So I would definitely say start with a personality test just to have a real understanding of who you are and if who you are and the things that you enjoy are really the things that you think you do.
Right.
So I would definitely say start with a personality test. I would say also think about what you're passionate about. What are the things that bring you that joy? And again, I'm sure Lysandra will talk about it because her thing is soul career. It's what's inside. What's that thing that drives me, that I'm passionate about. Because you're good at something doesn't mean that's what you're supposed to be doing.
Yeah.
You know, I'm good at marketing. I think I'm good at marketing, and I love it, but I love other things.
Yes.
And so think about what you're passionate about. What is it that you spend the most of your time doing, and what are the things that you'll be willing to do for free just because you enjoy it?
Yes, absolutely.
Absolutely. So, yes, Catherine just laid out my program right there. So, your unique value proposition lies at the intersection of your psychometrics, how you position yourselves and the skills that you acquire, and then your persistence and your ability to take consistent action towards the life that you envision for yourself. So those three things will form where...
Can you say that again, please?
This is the soul career model. This is our framework, right? So 3 Ps, psychometrics, positioning, and persistence, right? And in order to be persistent, you have to know what the end goal is. And you have to work backwards from the end goal. So that's what Catherine talked about. The first step is understanding the self. And then now you have to create a vision for your life that is in alignment with your unique strengths and your motivations and your interests. And that is where most of my clients find it very hard to envision what they want for their lives. Because the way we've been educated is people telling us what to do and telling us what success is, right? And so you follow a predefined path. You go to college, then you get the job, the big job with the big title, etc. That's what success used to be. But we have to redefine success for ourselves. And once we do that, then the kind of courses to take becomes very clear. The kind of skills to acquire becomes very clear. And you can go Coursera, LinkedIn. There's so many online platforms to learn. But learning is one thing. What will position you, now we're talking about positioning now, what will position you at the top of the pile over other candidates applying for similar roles, similar freelance positions, etc., is your portfolio. It's going to be your experience, your body of work that is in alignment with the vision and the definition of success that you came up with. So I'll just end by saying that that body of work you create is going to be really important. So it's not enough to just get skilled. Create things and put it out there and increase your visibility.
But one quick thing, I think it's also important to understand that it's okay to ask for help. I mean, that's why you have... Let me tell you something. I believe that coaching is very important. And anybody that is a coach that doesn't have a coach, do not go to them. Right?
So should I be asking who is your coach?
Oh, I have several.
If I need to go to a coach, should I be asking who is coaching you?
Possible, but guess what? My coach might not be the right fit for you.
Right, sure.
So it's important to ask for help and make sure that you find somebody that can help you to visualize what it is that you need to do.
All right. So I want to shift the discussion around some hardcore issues now.
Those are hardcore.
No, they're hardcore, but this is now legal and ethics and business and data protection. So we're working from home, we're transmitting sensitive information. How do we manage those things? Somebody has their work laptop, their client information, they are accessing the cloud. How do we navigate all of this while also working on self-improvement, also working on coaching and training, also learning to code or something else? How are we doing all of this?
So I'm a big believer in keeping, especially now working from home, in keeping work separate from personal. And especially if you're working for a company, that is definitely one of the things that I think your company needs to provide, right? So if I am doing Point Global's work, it should only be Point Global's work on Point Global's laptop. Anything else should be my personal work on my personal laptop.
Before I bring in using a work machine, is it okay for me to tunnel into the Point Global laptop to see what's going on? For example, while the employee is working from home. So they work 9 to 5. This is the schedule. They should be working. They should be online. For example, at Point Global, we have so many tools for collaboration, exchange, all of that. So, for example, we use Slack a lot for communication. Approve this. How does this look? Feedback. And we have many other tools. Harvest, for example, at our US office, to track time. All of these things. Is it okay for an employer to tap into the machine and say, okay, I'm going to look at what my developer is doing?
I want to hear what Catherine
I believe that if I am hiring you to do a job, then my responsibility is to just make sure you deliver on whatever it is that you said you're going to deliver on.
Right.
As long as you are delivering, then I shouldn't feel compelled to have to do that.
Yeah, I agree with that. One thing is surveillance, and the other thing is collaboration, right? So
Exactly.
what you described was collaboration,
Yes.
but then there is an extreme that's surveillance.
Right.
And whether you're subjected to surveillance by a corporation or not depends, I think, on the level of trust between the leadership and the team.
Yeah.
And that level of trust depends on, I think, the skill level of the team, right? So if you have a lot of entry-level workers, there might be more surveillance. So for example,
Yeah.
business process outsourcing companies have a lot of surveillance.
Right.
They have very high turnover. They have employees where this is their first job, right? Who may not understand, you know,
And
their
they manage
working
very
style.
sensitive information.
Right, and they're managing very sensitive information. So there's a lot of surveillance in that industry.
Right.
But if you are a highly skilled worker who is managerial level or above, it's really based on results, as Catherine said, and you don't have to have as much surveillance because there may be more trust between the leadership and that worker. So again, I think the future is pointing to get as highly skilled as possible. Every worker needs to do that.
Yes.
Everybody, including entrepreneurs, CEOs, you have to upskill yourself because your business is going to disappear if you don't.
Yes.
That's what the new reality is, unfortunately.
Wow. There's so much to go into for that, but we don't
I
have
have a
enough.
positive side though.
Yes, yes.
I think that jobs are going to become more global and not insular into a country. So there are more opportunities than ever before, right? So that's the positive side. On the flip side, we have to do more work than ever before to compete in this new global market for talent.
Right. So I hear this thing, the gig economy. What is the gig economy?
Contract work. I mean, I realize that we like to use these fancy terms, and it confuses people because the gig economy really is contract work.
Right. Is that what you're speaking to when you think about the global nature of work? Because I can probably get a contract somewhere else, or is that something different?
It's both, right? So most global work is contractual because taxes and labor laws are specific to a country.
Right.
So
Sometimes even a state.
Right. So if I have an American company and I'm hiring a Jamaican, that Jamaican who resides in Jamaica has to pay taxes in Jamaica where they reside. So there's a lot of tax implications around that.
Right.
So it tends to be contract work. However, the gig economy, to me, is more project-based.
Yeah.
Right.
So it's projects versus like a full-time job.
Yeah.
Right.
Jamaican labor laws, if you hire a contract worker and that contract never ends, they're an employee and you have to pay employer taxes. The labor ministry is very powerful in that here and in Europe they have very powerful labor laws. Americans are not as protected as Jamaicans are in that regard. So employers have to be very careful around how they're structuring these gigs and these contract workers to not make them look like full-time workers, because it looks like tax avoidance.
Right.
So labor and taxes go hand in hand.
Sure, sure. Wow. A lot to unpack.
We could go all
we
day.
could go all day. However, I will have to conclude. So, like State of the Union, State of Work. What for 30 seconds to a minute, give us, for everybody watching, what are the things that they should be aware of? What are the things that they should be driving to? We have alluded to it, but just in summary, where should we be going?
Yeah, I would say spend the time to focus on who you are and where it is that you want to be and who you want to become, and spend the time and the effort developing that person.
You have 30 seconds to 1 minute. Catherine, that's what I'm going to say. Okay, I had a much longer thing prepared.
Go ahead, she might chime in now.
I think that the moment that we're in is scary. Uncertainty and change is scary, but it's also full of opportunity. So we're going to have to cultivate the neuroplasticity of our minds. Which means that minds that have been programmed in a very rigid way, like rote memorization that we learn in our education system here, etc., that is archaic, that is out the door. Our minds have to be programmed to be constantly changing, very adaptable and very flexible. So we now have to cultivate this mindset of continuous learning, learning is lifelong.
Yes.
Learning doesn't end at school, or it doesn't end with a degree. It's forever,
Yes.
right? And once you cultivate that adaptability, that plasticity of the mind, your ability to learn more, then you can always shift, you can always change with the times, and you can take advantage of the millions of new opportunities that are coming out in this emerging landscape.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. And again, I'm going to say it again, do not be afraid to ask for help, especially now when especially for people that live alone, or for parents that are overwhelmed by so many different things that are happening at the same time. It's okay to ask for help.
And, sorry, Javed.
No, go ahead, go ahead.
And, there's so much change and distraction that's happening right now.
Yeah.
Sometimes we just need a break and to do nothing, just to take
Absolutely.
care of ourselves,
Yeah.
right?
Mental health days are real.
We were talking about the presidential debates last night.
Oh God, that was
I
bewildering.
block that out of my, right? Because we need to be able to take the time for ourselves when we need it. Don't feel so compelled to drive yourself into the ground, right?
Yeah.
We have to stop sometimes,
Yeah.
give ourselves a break, and then
Reset.
we come back
Absolutely.
and we try again.
Ladies and gentlemen, Catherine Goodall, Lysandra Rickards, amazing conversation on the state of work. We could go on for hours. Unfortunately, we have to stop it here. Thank you very much for tuning in. We'll come back with another amazing conversation with Dwayne Samuels around client acquisition, how you build an online business, and how he's thriving in Silicon Valley. So join us in about 5 minutes for that conversation. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Yes. Awesome.
Your legs. They're saying you're a hero, the MVP, the boss. But the swelling, aching, and burning are getting in the way of the game and your life. Varicose and spider veins can be uncomfortable and get in the way of your daily activities and get worse if left untreated. Contact Vein Centers of Jamaica or visit jamaicavein.com. Listen to your legs. Your relief, your life.
Yes, Chairman, we've made contact with all of our customers. 34 years ago, Exim made a commitment to Jamaica to help facilitate economic growth by providing loan financing solutions to companies just like you.
They say that necessity is the mother of invention. And in times like these, our commitment to you has not wavered, even as we seek to find innovative ways to serve you, to ensure your safety and the safety of our staff.
The success of your business is our priority. Exim cares.
Exim cares about your business.
Exim cares about you.
Your legs. They're saying you're a hero, the MVP, the boss. But the swelling, aching, and burning are getting in the way of the game and your life. Varicose and spider veins can be uncomfortable and get in the way of your daily activities and get worse if left untreated. Contact Vein Centers of Jamaica or visit jamaicavein.com. Listen to your legs. Your relief, your life.
Yes, Chairman, we've made contact with all of our customers. 34 years ago, Exim made a commitment to Jamaica to help facilitate economic growth by providing loan financing solutions to companies just like you.
They say that necessity is the mother of invention. And in times like these, our commitment to you has not wavered, even as we seek to find innovative ways to serve you, to ensure your safety and the safety of our staff.
The success of your business is our priority. Exim cares.
Exim cares about your business.
Exim cares about you.
Your legs. They're saying you're a hero, the MVP, the boss. But the swelling, aching, and burning are getting in the way of the game and your life. Varicose and spider veins can be uncomfortable and get in the way of your daily activities and get worse if left untreated. Contact Vein Centers of Jamaica or visit jamaicavein.com. Listen to your legs. Your relief, your life.
Yes, Chairman, we've made contact with all of our customers. 34 years ago, Exim made a commitment to Jamaica to help facilitate economic growth by providing loan financing solutions to companies just like you.
They say that necessity is the mother of invention. And in times like these, our commitment to you has not wavered, even as we seek to find innovative ways to serve you, to ensure your safety and the safety of our staff.
The success of your business is our priority. Exim cares.
Exim cares about your business.
Exim cares about you.
Your legs. They're saying you're a hero, the MVP, the boss. But the swelling, aching, and burning are getting in the way of the game and your life. Varicose and spider veins can be uncomfortable and get in the way of your daily activities and get worse if left untreated. Contact Vein Centers of Jamaica or visit jamaicavein.com. Listen to your legs. Your relief, your life.
Yes, Chairman, we've made contact with all of our customers. 34 years ago, Exim made a commitment to Jamaica to help facilitate economic growth by providing loan financing solutions to companies just like you.
They say that necessity is the mother of invention. And in times like these, our commitment to you has not wavered, even as we seek to find innovative ways to serve you, to ensure your safety and the safety of our staff.
The success of your business is our priority. Exim cares.
Exim cares about your business.
Exim cares about you.
Your legs. They're saying you're a hero, the MVP, the boss. But the swelling, aching, and burning are getting in the way of the game and your life. Varicose and spider veins can be uncomfortable and get in the way of your daily activities and get worse if left untreated. Contact Vein Centers of Jamaica or visit jamaicavein.com. Listen to your legs. Your relief, your life.
My audio still good?
Well, welcome back
Okay.
to Digital Housing, everybody. We are going to move into a new segment of our conversation. For this segment, we'll be talking to Dwayne Samuels, who is the CEO of SameLogic, an agile experiment and SaaS product. I'll let him talk a little bit more about it. But Dwayne and I go way back. We were both Bronson entrepreneur. We have seen his growth going off to Silicon Valley. Welcome to Digital Housing, Dwayne. I'm looking forward to this conversation.
Hey, Javed. Thanks for having me.
So, Dwayne, I want you to, for listeners and for everybody watching online, talk to me about what SameLogic does and the problem that you're solving.
Yeah, for sure. What we're building at SameLogic is a platform that the teams and product managers can use to conduct experiments very quickly. One of the problems with the experimentation process and the whole product development lifecycle is that it takes a very, very long time for PMs to do that because of their dependence on engineers, right? So to set up an experiment to justify building a feature or a tool or wherever can take anywhere between 14 days to like a few months, which is like ridiculous.
Right.
This happens because PMs don't have most PMs don't code, So less than 5% of product managers actually code, and like probably around 3% kind of like understand how to code a bit, and like the rest don't like coding at all, They definitely need engineers, and two, they need data scientists to like make sense of all the information so they can actually report to their superiors on things they should actually do to make sure that they're building the right product, right? So what we're building is basically a platform that helps them to conduct these experiments on UI elements within 5 minutes. So it's cutting down like a 14-day cycle just to a few minutes. Yeah, that's what we're building.
Okay. So we were together at the Branson Center. You made a transition from student at Northern Caribbean University, building out the business card sharing app in Jamaica to Silicon Valley. How was that transition done for you? And what are some of the lessons that you can impart to people who are looking as a Jamaican designer or a Jamaican coder to make the same sort of transitions?
Yeah, it was like an odd transition, I guess. So like for me and Sean, my co-founder, like we've lived through all the companies I've been a part of. Like Sean has pretty much been the co-founder of all those companies as well. So like we've always like wanted to like build something that's like very huge, something that potentially could like go public one day, or get acquired for like a ton of money,
Yes.
hopefully. And also like just being able to affect like change on like 1 billion lives, like we tried to do that with Grickley. Grickley was kind of hard to do, pulling it off like in the Caribbean space, right? And also like when we kind of looked on different things, and when it comes on to like access to resources, access to mentorship, at that time it was very, very, very hard for you to have access to those things. Thankfully the Branson Center was there to support us with those things at that time. But I think also like with the shortcomings where that's concerned, there wasn't as much knowledge in the space for growing technology companies
Right.
to the biggest thing they could actually be,
Yes.
So when looking around the world, like obviously the Valley stood out, and I applied to go to Draper University, and NCB actually like funded my stay and also my tuition at Draper University for that time. So huge shout outs to Sandra Glasgow and Nadine Matthews
Right.
at NCB Foundation.
Wonderful.
So it was through them that I actually got to like really experience the Valley and like grow my network there, and like over the years build level of trust. I'm not sure if you know, we recently raised a round of
Oh
funding.
yes, I did see the story. So congratulations on the raise. I
thanks.
actually I've some specific questions that I want to ask you about that. So don't give away too much
No problem.
because I'm getting to that. But
Oh, no problem. Okay, I'll leave it there. But yeah, so building the whole thing around that kind of like started from that point, you know. But yeah, it was a very very weird transition. Also, it's not really for everyone, I would say, because it's very as a founder, you know, like it's very hard, you know. But being in the valley is just even weirder because like you're surrounded with people who like are experts at what they do. They have like multiple PhDs. They worked at like all the fine companies, you know, and sometimes when you say you're from Jamaica, you kind of you get looked down upon because like you know, like Jamaica is not known for technology, you know. So establishing ourselves as people who know what we're doing, it was hard, you know, but with everything, it's kind of, you can accomplish everything with like a pleasant personality and also with just perseverance, you know. So when they see me showing up to all these events and showing up to the boardroom all the time, you know, like you just have to be unstoppable, you know. And I think as a founder and as an entrepreneur, that's something we all get. We have to always just persevere and just get what we want done, you know.
Sure. So you're before even founding Same Logic. You did a number of things, and I think you and Sean won the Imagine Cup. You were a part of an ecosystem that was a part of Microsoft in Jamaica. Talk to me about how that kind of association helped you to build, to grow, and to understand more about the impact that you wanted to create.
Yeah. So yeah, man, like with everything, you know, like you can't accomplish anything without having like a very good framework around you, you know, having a good network of people around you, a good support system,
right.
You know. And to start it off, I've always like been a nerd since high school, you know. I think that helped a bit. I've always in the computer lab, you know. I didn't have internet at home, you know.
Right.
So
you didn't have internet at home?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
And so you went on to majoring in computer science, studying coding. Wow.
Yeah. Yeah. So I spent like a lot of times I would basically like just go into the lunch line really, really quickly or get someone to order my lunch for me so I could like just stay in the computer lab to learn like various things, you know. And the same thing after school as well. I used to stay in the lab every single day until like the lab closed.
Right.
And the same thing happened in college as well, and that's how like I met Sean. We were like hacking together some things in the computer in the lab in NCU, you know. Like he looked across at my screen, I looked across at his screen. I was like, oh, we're kind of doing the same thing, so we started talking.
Right.
And then pretty much we realized we had like the same, like similar objectives, you know. We wanted to really build something that is huge, you know, and that kind of like led us to going to the Microsoft Imagine Cup, and like the mentors at that time were so instrumental that we had, namely Halson Smith, Kenry Hilton, and Henry Osborne. Mm-hmm. They helped us to understand how to properly think about a concept and how to like go about validating that concept and how to also build that concept as well, you know. And we tried before, like in 2009 we got selected to represent the Caribbean and Latin America in Egypt, and the same thing happened in 2010, and we won in 2010 in Warsaw, Poland. So that kind of like gave us like the I would say the idea that we can actually accomplish something that seemed kind of impossible, you know?
Right.
And that kind of just planted the seed that, look, with perseverance, you can actually accomplish anything. And I think that pretty much was the framework or the basis on which our careers are built on.
All right. So growing up in Middle Jamaica, no internet at home, going on to winning the Imagine Cup in Poland. Did that make you feel? How did that translate to you? What did it help you to go on to all of the other things that you were able to do?
For sure. So like, you know, the internet is like the thing that kind of just levels the playing ground for everyone, right? and there is like literally everything that you want to learn is online. So we just like try to maximize the amount of time we had access to the internet, and like just download all the resources we could, and like read everything that we could to see how we could actually build something. And that's how I heard about like the Branch Center as well. You know, I'm just looking for mentors, looking for entrepreneurship programs that could help us like further ourselves with that. So at the time, Lisa Lake was the CEO, and then Lysandra came afterwards.
Yes, yes.
And they like just really, I was like really, even, I think even now I'm not really good at like reading a company financials and stuff like that.
Right.
But like having the basic understanding, it was Lisa and Lysandra
Yes.
who actually like, drove that home, you know. And that really, really helped when when various VCs asked us to show us or financial models, different things like that. It's like the way that we were taught at the Branch Center, you know, and that really, really helped.
Oh, wonderful. I will talk a lot about your customer acquisition, but I want to spend some time on just to paint a picture for the general audience on how Dwayne has been able to develop and grow before we get into some of how he's growing his company and all of that. You mentioned your cap raise. Congratulations again, phenomenal.
Thanks.
Talk to me about that process as a black person raising money as well in Silicon Valley. How difficult was that? We know that there's not a lot of African American or black entrepreneurs leading SaaS companies. How did you work on that process to get to a point where you were able to execute a successful raise?
Like as I said before, like having a network and a support system is like really, really important, you know. Also more important, well, I wouldn't say more important, but as equally as important is just like treating everyone like humans, you know, like just having respect for everyone you kind of like you meet, you know. So this process, I would say, literally started like around three-ish years ago, like when we started Same Logic. I usually spend like around 6-ish months in the Valley, you know, just try like to grow my network there, and you know, like and always just try to like network with various people that I come across, and also just to understand like how the ecosystem works, you know, like why is the Valley different from everywhere else, and how can we replicate that in other places, and then also like how can we as founders, you know, grow companies to be like as big as Facebook, where you have like 1 billion, 2 billion users, you know. So like interacting with like people from like all stratas of companies, you know, from like entry level marketing associates to like CTOs and CEOs of like large companies.
Right.
You know, that kind of like just really helped in just solidifying or self in that space, you know. And the more and more people you know, the more people talk about you, and like the more people talk about you, like you kind of become like a good reference point for certain things, right? So well, I easily go off tangent. What was the question again?
So I was asking how difficult, given we all hear matters of diversity in the U.S. context, black entrepreneurs, African American entrepreneurs. So I was wondering how that element played into your attempts to raise and to scale and grow not as a black American, but somebody coming from the Caribbean into a Silicon Valley environment.
Exactly. I don't want to like try to get any brownie points or anything, but I think it was like equal, like probably 2 times as hard for us coming from like outside of the country as well, you know. One, you don't understand the mannerisms, you don't like understand like various things, you know, so we had to like literally learn every single thing along the way. So yeah, it was really hard. It was pretty hard. So, but the only thing that kind of like brought us through is just like having that network that we could rely on and like ask for advice, you know, and like regularly check in on. and just basically let them be a part of the entire process, you know. Um, so yeah, like it was very difficult.
Right. So it sounds like it needed a little bit of radical openness on your part.
Say again, please. A radical what?
Openness to the new experience, to everything that was new and different from what you would generally used to.
Yeah. So yeah, like it's like as a founder, you're supposed to always like just be learning. You know, like learning like everything, like how products work, how people work, and how ecosystems work. You know, and just understanding how things work and just implementing that into your approach kind of just helps you to approach various things properly. You know.
Okay.
So that really helped. And yeah, it's what founders should do. You know, always just be learning engines, be learning machines, and try to like to absorb as much information as you can, and not only absorb it but use it.
Okay. Is this your first cap raise?
Oh yeah, this is my first. Venture raise. This is our first raise at all. Like we've never, like, for all the companies we've run, we've never raised any sort of financing or any sort of funding. We've run a few competitions, so we got grants, but we've never had venture funding for any of our companies.
Okay, are you able to say what the size of this raise was and what was the things that you're going to be bringing to the market as a result of it?
Well, for now it's undisclosed, but it's under 2 million. Okay. So for that, what we'll be doing is basically bringing the product to I would say like a critical mass, like a small critical mass. Like what we'll be doing is enabling product managers to basically drag and drop these UI experiments very easily on their products, and just make them have a product they really love. So the different approach, I would say, like, with venture funding is that you have the ability to not chase paying customers that quickly, and that comes with like some caveats as well. I mean, both sides actually have some caveats. Sometimes when you're chasing paying customers, you kind of come off as too salesy and you lose that lead. But also, like, when you don't have like paying customers up front, pretty much they kind of like probably abuse a product and like just churn after like you added like a payment plan, right? But the different ways you can actually avoid that, how companies have actually do it, just make the customer the center of the entire approach. Be a very customer centric company, and also just over communicate with your users to let them be very transparent of like what's happening within the company. You know, so if they know what's happening within the company and know what you're building, and they feel a part of your community, that's one way you keep people in your company or in your product, using your product. That's how you increase retention.
Sure. And I think that's a good segue to going into the marketing conversation. You're building, you have a B2B business, but you're a business that is built on this whole drive that is a digital economy that is the reality for all of us. How did you, in terms of your own marketing, you talked about putting the customer at the center. How did you do that in a practical way when you were building out?
I think it kind of like goes down to the values that we have, you know, as founders, you know, because like me and Sean, we're deep product people, you know, like we love building. We love building stuff, you know, and I think like the core values that we actually have, like it kind of like it circles around like three main things, I would say. Just value, like understanding what values the customer has or the user has, having like very strong like product values, and also just having very strong leadership values as well. So those three things, I would say, are the three pillars that your product should actually like be on top of, you know. So if you break each of those down into various segments, for us, or customer values is that like we always dog food what we build, you know. By dog fooding, I mean like if you're building a product or a feature or anything, you use it first. You implement it on your solution, so that you understand the experience that the user is having, right? And from that, like if you build something and you dog food it, you don't like it, it probably means that like you didn't build it in the best process, you didn't build it in the best way, right? So being customers of our product is one core value, right? And also like just having user satisfaction. You know, it's kind of amazing like how many companies there exist, both digital and non-digital companies, that don't take customer feedback into perspective. You know, and you won't know if your customers or users are satisfied if you don't communicate with them effectively, and just having a very, very open pathway for them to air their issues with you. You know. So like having client satisfaction is very, very key for us, and having open communication as well. Also like I would say it's kind of funny, but like we troll a lot, you know, like internally we always like tell jokes and everything like that. So I think that also is something that users can actually tell when using a product for companies. Like for example with GitHub, right? When you hit like a 404 page, like when GitHub doesn't load, you see like a Wookiee on Alderaan, you know, so you know they're into Star Wars, you know, and you can actually tell like from that like they're like hip to that culture.
Right. The laptop has died. The laptop has died.
Your legs. They're saying you're a hero, the MVP, the boss. But the swelling, aching, and burning are getting in the way of the game and your life. Varicose and spider veins can be uncomfortable and get in the way of your daily activities and get worse if left untreated. Contact Vein Centers of Jamaica or visit jamaicavein.com. Listen to your legs. Your relief, your life.
Yes, Chairman, we've made contact with all of our customers. 34 years ago, Exim made a commitment to Jamaica to help facilitate economic growth by providing loan financing solutions to companies just like you.
They say that necessity is the mother of invention. And in times like these, our commitment to you has not wavered, even as we seek to find innovative ways to serve you, to ensure your safety and the safety of our staff.
The success of your business is our priority. Exim cares.
Exim cares about your business.
Exim cares about you.
everybody. We had a minor power cut, which has been sorted out. But we're back on. Dwayne, we were talking about marketing. Well, we're beginning the conversation, and you were talking about the culture and the value of, and understanding your business value and the thing that you just put in understanding and practically operationalizing how you understand what the customer is looking for.
Yeah.
So you had talked about using your own product. You were talking about being the deep knowledge of the product, that you are a fan of the product as well. So you getting real understanding of what people are looking for within the product and driving from that. Picking up the conversation from there, in a marketing sense, as a B2B business, what was critical for you? What are some of the things that were critical for you as a B2B business?
We're actually B2C though, so it's kind of like a downstream B2B, I would say. So like it's more B2C than B2B. But yeah, the one thing that's like a few things that are critical to us is one, understanding like your personas, right? Your user personas. So now we have like 4 user personas that we're targeting. We're targeting
and for the benefit of the people who have never worked on user persona, a user persona is an archetype or an example that you have put down of the person who is likely to be using the product. So it is John Brown, who these are his characteristics, these are the brands he likes, this is what he does online. Who is likely to use the product, right?
Exactly. So some of our 4 personas are like, one, we have engineers, product managers, aspiring product managers, and like founders, right? So and under those, each of those personas would have like basically listed out like what key things they do, the age range, where they live, things they do, networks they're on, different things like that. And that's how you kind of like know exactly how to develop your targeting strategy, right? So it's around that. And also, I would say we kind of like love looking at different taxonomies as well, like different
what is
ways
taxonomy?
So it's basically like how an ecosystem works, and also like how what frameworks make it work, you know. So one thing that we're using internally is this thing called Bloom's taxonomy, which like a lot of teachers use. For Bloom's, for what you need to do is it has like 6 different steps, right? And in those steps, you kind of like build your strategy from a small level up to like a very, very large thing, right? So the way how we start, like, so the first thing in Bloom's is it starts with knowledge, and that kind of like helps people to understand what you're doing, right? So for us, like, we're helping product managers to conduct experiments very quickly, right? So we need to like communicate that very quickly so they understand what we're doing, and the way we do that is through like podcasts, blogs, documentation, articles, different things like that, right? Another thing is the next step from that is basically helping them to understand to demonstrate that they actually understand like what we're doing, you know. So one way we haven't implemented this as yet, but one thing we want to do to implement it is by basically putting like interactive quizzes in various sections of our blogs, and so they can actually like properly understand what they've read, to let us know they understand what's inside there. And also step 3 is where the state of flow actually happens. So with the state of flow, like when you're above it, things are too hard, so you kind of lose interest, and when it's under it, it's like it's too easy, so you lose interest. But step 3 is like where you actually hit that sweet spot, the state of flow, which is the application level, right? And with that, you can really know if people understand what they've seen by properly interpreting and using what they saw in the first two steps. So having like a sandbox and just basically like having them like use the product in different use cases helps as well. And then
just for again, just for the audience, what is a sandbox?
Oh yeah, a sandbox is like an area on a website or a platform that you can use the product freely to experiment or play with, right? So if you're building, say for example, a chatbot, you basically would have it in an environment where you send a message and the message gets sent back to you, but like it's not really been sent from a real user. It's like someone just testing the product itself. So it's like a test environment.
Sure,
I would say. Right.
Some of the terminologies and some of the things that you have looked at. You have a software as a service product. Can people who are building other types of products use the same methodologies in looking at their marketing and understanding their customers?
For sure.
And kind of take us, if you weren't, take yourself out of what you're currently building, and how do you apply that to something that is not a software as a service product?
I think it can work. So being like a taxonomy, right? It's something that you can replicate in different things. You just have to understand like which parts of your business fit into what component, and you have to understand the entire user process, user journey, and then segment that into various parts, and then break each of those segments down to properly understand their journey, and then make the best possible experience for that journey, So I think it's possible. Like obviously I'm not an expert when it comes on to non-software businesses, but especially Bloom's wasn't based on software. It's based on education for teachers, right? Helping students to understand how to learn properly and like letting teachers teach in the best possible way, to set up their curriculum in the best possible way. So I think it's possible for companies to use different approaches, different strategies, different taxonomies, and different things they're building, even if they're not software based.
So what I think, and you can correct me, what I'm hearing is be a fan of your own product and your user experience. Yes. Put the customer at the center of that. And in doing so, develop customer personas, which is basically an archetype of the users that you're trying to target for your product.
Yes.
Create test environment that you can get rapid feedback and document the customer journey.
Exactly. And also, don't be afraid to experiment.
Right.
That's a key thing as well. Being able to experiment kind of opens you up to like new ideas and new ways to do things, and is probably the key thing that makes companies grow very, very rapidly. So yeah.
So let's shift a little bit now to your marketing. How on your client acquisition strategies. How are you doing that in a practical way? What are the software tools you're using? How are you gaining the insights that you're looking for to understand your customers better?
Yeah, so we're currently using somewhat like a mixed inbound strategy. So most of our users right now, they've been referred through word of mouth. We had like the first users for our alpha product. They're at Uber, Google, Pinterest, and a few other like software companies with the very first alpha we built. So going off of word of mouth and like a little bit of inbound help us to like validate different parts of the product which we're building. So the tools that we're kind of using for that, like we're heavily like, even though like our website is very, very simple, we optimize it like a lot to like to capitalize on like SEO and like different things people are searching for in the experimentation marketplace and the product management marketplace.
Yes.
and that kind of helps us to like understand what things we need to double down on when we're ready to like move forward with like a full-on marketing strategy.
Right.
You know, so we use this tool called Ahrefs, which is like a really powerful SEO tool, and also
Can you repeat the name? Sorry.
Ahrefs.
Okay.
So it's Ahrefs, Ahrefs. That really helps with. It's a very powerful SEO tool. With that as well. So and I think I also mentioned in the blog as well, in the not the blog, in the taxonomy part, the Bloom's taxonomy part, that we're focused on like creating content as well. So we started this podcast for like we haven't posted any stuff over the last month and a half. It's been really busy. Closer to the mid next month, we'll be putting out more episodes. We have like a few episodes from IBM, Facebook, and different things like that. But yeah, podcast is very important with the strategy as well. We got like some really good leads from the few episodes we have up. We have up five episodes. We've got some really strong leads through our podcast.
So your podcast is being used as a customer acquisition tool.
Yes.
In addition to what you're doing for SEO and your general inbound strategy.
Exactly. And other tools that we use, like we're pretty bare bones. We use HubSpot and I would say email, traditional email, Twitter sometimes as well. Right. But yeah, those are the key things we actually use.
Sure. How are you measuring the return on your investment? Whether it's a podcast, you have to put time in. Maybe you have a nice mic in front of you, which I'm sure you're using on your podcast.
Oh, thanks.
how do you measure the return on your marketing investment?
So for us, the return on investment, I wouldn't say it's financial. It's more like how many people actually completed the install of the product. Right. That's our North Star metric. Right. How many people completed the entire process of starting to implement the product and fully implementing the product, and also getting the value they can, the best amount of value they can from installing the product. So for us, installs, I think is a really simple way to say it. Installs is the key return on investment, I would say, for us right now. And through the various stages of a company. That's the thing with a startup. Your North Star always changes based on the stage you are, the growth stage you are, right? So for now, for us now, it's like installs. We're assuming in the next like 3 or 4 months, I'm guessing like it'll be like probably follow through rates, I'm guessing. And then obviously, like when we're at like a C stage or D stage company, it'll be like some sort of revenue, MRR, ARR, different things like that, you know. So it definitely changes. And as a startup, you have to be always focused on growth, always be focused on like, how do I maximize the resources that I have currently, and how do I use this to get to the next level, you know, and also like making a really great product at the same time.
Right. So if you're looking, you know the Jamaican marketplace very well, you know the landscape, you know where we are in terms of our digital, life cycle, if that's a word. What are some of the immediate things that you think Jamaican companies need to be doing to ensure that we get higher up the value chain in terms of digital, and that we're really ramping up our tooling so we can be less of consumers of technology as they become popular, and more to what you're currently doing, which is pushing the envelope and generating and becoming producers of whether that is software or other digital technologies?
Yeah. It's a very tough question, you know, because like it's different ecosystems have different things you need to do, right? Obviously, like taking this approach, the approach we're taking could never work in the Jamaican like landscape or the Jamaican ecosystem, right? It would be very difficult because like one, like the way how companies are structured is also very different internally. You know, you don't really have like a culture of experimentation. You don't really have product managers. You have project managers, which are two different things, right? And also, yeah, you just have to really understand like how the ecosystem works at its core, and then kind of work around that, you know. But there are a few things I think it could be taken away from both parts, I guess. One is just basically having like a culture that's just very responsive and very open. I think like Jamaican companies are changing as well, you know, and being more digital. The digital transformation to happen, right? Hello, am I still here?
Yes, you're here. We're here.
Okay, got it. Yeah, so so COVID kind of is helping us to as a country to push the digital revolution, I would say. But this is a very tough question. I don't think it can be answered like in 5 minutes or an hour or probably like a whole week. You know, you just have to like very understand it from its core, you know, and then work from that. You know, so. Yeah, I really don't know. I don't know.
Let's shift away from marketing, because I think we have gotten a lot, especially with other speakers, around how you're building your marketing tool set in digital.
Yeah.
I want to jump back to your capital raise. You spoke to some of the things that you could not do in an operating environment in the Caribbean. But I also think one of the things that wouldn't happen in the Caribbean is your ability to raise funding in the way you have raised funding.
Yeah, for sure.
And I want you to talk a little bit about why is that an important thing for us to adjust in terms of how we assess companies' viability for capital?
Well, you have to look at it from the standpoint as well, where we're still very early in the stage of like understanding how to grow companies or how to like build technology companies, right? Compared to the Valley, like they're the
HP was doing this. Packer was doing this a long time.
Say again, please.
I'm saying Packer and HP was building the Valley for a long time.
Exactly. They've been doing it for a long time, right? So they value companies differently. You know, once you have the three key things they focus on: one, the ability to build a product; two, the I would say the level of trust they have in you as a company based on the people you know. Mm-hmm. And three, the ability that they think that you as a founder have to grow the company, you know, it definitely affects your valuation, right? So we don't have like hundreds of thousands of users, you know, but we'll definitely get like a drastically different valuation in Jamaica compared to the Valley, that's it's because like Jamaican VCs are risk averse, and I think to some extent they're also like right to be risk averse, because it's something that is very embryonic, I would say, you know. So you got to make sure that like you're doing the right thing first, and then you got to make sure you have like the first couple of wins for something to actually take off, you know. For us, that's the reason we decided to like spend a lot of time in the Valley, you know, and just like grow our ecosystem here, because like it's going to take a long time for the Jamaican ecosystem to get to that level. It's happening quickly, don't get me wrong, but we wanted to like grow a company and also like be a part of the change that's happening in the Caribbean, so that more light is shone on the region, and also more so Jamaica, because there's a lot of talent there. So yeah, it's a very difficult question again, you know, but yeah, investors just need to like see the value in companies, assess based on not only like who people know as well, but like just assess based on the hunger and the drive that people have as well, and we'll see what can actually change. We'll see.
Oh, absolutely. Dwayne, thank you so very much for being a part of Digital Housing and talking to us. I've personally benefited a lot from this conversation, and I hope our audience has too. Best of luck. I'm looking forward to catching up with you when you're in Jamaica or when I'm in the US as per usual. Thanks for being a part of this. And if you have anything pathing that you think is important for the Jamaican ecosystem, for an understanding of digital, please, closing remarks.
What do I say? Just create a culture of experimentation, right? Especially in digital marketing. Like, there are so many things you can do. There are so many tools out there. And yeah, don't be afraid to try something new, and I think that's what I'd end with.
Right, sure. Thank you so much, Dwayne. Ladies and gentlemen,
Bro.
I've been talking to Dwayne Samuel, CEO of SameLogic, Jamaican entrepreneur, doing amazing things in the US, building out an amazing SaaS company. He's on LinkedIn. He's a avid sharer of fantastic articles, particularly on SaaS, on customer acquisition and all of that. I read a lot of what Dwayne posts online, so I encourage you to follow him as well. Thank you, Dwayne. Look forward to our conversations in the future.
No problem.
Have a good one.
Thanks for having me.
Your legs. They're saying you're a hero, the MVP, the boss. But the swelling, aching, and burning are getting in the way of the game and your life. Varicose and spider veins can be uncomfortable and get in the way of your daily activities and get worse if left untreated. Contact Vein Centers of Jamaica or visit jamaicavein.com. Listen to your legs. Your relief, your life.
Yes, Chairman, we've made contact with all of our customers. 34 years ago, Exim made a commitment to Jamaica to help facilitate economic growth by providing loan financing solutions to companies just like you.
They say that necessity is the mother of invention. And in times like these, our commitment to you has not wavered, even as we seek to find innovative ways to serve you, to ensure your safety and the safety of our staff.
The success of your business is our priority. Exim cares.
Exim cares about your business.
Exim cares about you.
Your legs. They're saying you're a hero, the MVP, the boss. But the swelling, aching, and burning are getting in the way of the game and your life. Varicose and spider veins can be uncomfortable and get in the way of your daily activities and get worse if left untreated. Contact Vein Centers of Jamaica or visit jamaicavein.com. Listen to your legs. Your relief, your life.
Yes, Chairman, we've made contact with all of our customers. 34 years ago, Exim made a commitment to Jamaica to help facilitate economic growth by providing loan financing solutions to companies just like you.
They say that necessity is the mother of invention. And in times like these, our commitment to you has not wavered, even as we seek to find innovative ways to serve you, to ensure your safety and the safety of our staff.
The success of your business is our priority. Exim cares.
Exim cares about your business.
Exim cares about you.
Your legs. They're saying you're a hero, the MVP, the boss. But the swelling, aching, and burning are getting in the way of the game and your life. Varicose and spider veins can be uncomfortable and get in the way of your daily activities and get worse if left untreated. Contact Vein Centers of Jamaica or visit jamaicavein.com. Listen to your legs. Your relief, your life.
Yes, Chairman, we've made contact with all of our customers. 34 years ago, Exim made a commitment to Jamaica to help facilitate economic growth by providing loan financing solutions to companies just like you.
They say that necessity is the mother of invention. And in times like these, our commitment to you has not wavered, even as we seek to find innovative ways to serve you, to ensure your safety and the safety of our staff.
The success of your business is our priority. Exim cares.
Exim cares about your business.
Exim cares about you.
Again, everybody, welcome back to Digital Housing. We're moving into another conversation where we're going to look at customer acquisition and marketing strategies as an evaluation tool for investment readiness, which is, I think, an important segue after that conversation we're doing, Samuels. And I'm going to talk to somebody who has not been a personal mentor, but has certainly influenced me over the last 10 years. We have had various business and other overlapping endeavors, and he has really been a source of, one, fantastic advice always, and two, great example. It's Zachary Harding. For the last 3 years, Zachary has been the president of Phoenix Group, which is a world-class private equity firm. He is a founder of Hyperion Equity, LLC, a private investment firm that specializes in outsourcing and placing capital in unique proprietary investment opportunities. Recently, founded Delta Capital Partners, and we're going to be exploring a lot of the principles around Delta and all of that. Zachary, welcome to Digital Housing. You're now a digital housing veteran. I think it's your second time around. Talk to us a little bit about what is Delta? What are you trying to build?
So Delta Capital Partners is a private equity firm. Our focus is on finding businesses that we think that we can help to grow, investing, taking a principal position, having an equity stake, growing the business, increasing valuation, and then exiting at some point down the road. So importantly, this company was born out of Stocks and Securities Limited. So I'm also Group Chief Executive Officer of SSL. But one of the things that we realize is that SSL, throughout its history, has focused primarily on being a stock brokerage firm and a wealth management, asset management firm. Slightly different skill set from private equity, right? So when I got there, we looked at how we could potentially incorporate more PE into SSL, but it is so uniquely focused on brokerage and private wealth, we decided to set up a new firm. So Delta Capital Partners is a new partnership with two principal shareholders, myself and Hugh Croskery. Hugh is the founder of SSL, and no other shareholders. So it's a legally separate, distinct company from SSL. It's not a subsidiary or a sister company. But our focus is complementary to SSL, and SSL remains our primary broker for deals. So they will help to raise capital, and then we will place the capital. We will take the equity positions in Delta and help the companies to grow.
Okay. Let's jump. You mentioned SSL. Let's jump to that a little bit.
Sure.
What is the you've been in the position since the start?
One year now.
1 year. What is the critical changes that you have had to make, and how will that position SSL for the future?
Sure. So SSL is nearly 40 years old, right? It has had various name changes. It was Paul Cheney and Company. Some people remember that stock brokerage firm. It's actually the second oldest stock brokerage firm in Jamaica. But as time has passed, the brokerage business, the example that I would give, it's like the travel agency business, right? So when you were young, growing up, you wanted to travel somewhere, you went to Chinese Travel or Total or wherever. You booked a ticket, you paid your money, and they took a commission from the ticket, right? That's basically what brokerage is. So we look for stocks, bonds, shares for people to buy. You'd come and say, I have $100,000, buy some Grace Kennedy shares or NCB or whatever, and we would get the deal done and we'd take a commission. That commission fee-based model, in my opinion, wasn't something that I saw had a lot of potential for exponential growth. So we still provide it as a service. The wealth management piece now is a bit different because you're talking about larger sums of money, managing people's estates, and then you get ongoing management fees for managing those on an annual basis. Versus with a brokerage, you really only make money when there's a trade. So if people are not trading much, then you salt, right? The other aspect, though, is how do you really create wealth through equity, and that's what private equity is all about. Private, distinct from public in terms of public equities are liquid, they're traded on an exchange. Private is just somebody's company and they're willing to have you put capital in, and then you try to grow the business together. My background is a bit different because, and I say this with no offense to my banking friends, right? But I'm not a banker, right? And I'm
for good reason.
yeah, and I'm fine with not being a banker, right?
Sure.
My background has been one of strategy, marketing, and growing businesses. Looking at brands, helping to create brands, helping to grow brands, helping to move products exponentially, and creating value through that growth and appreciation in that company. But what I found is after doing that with a reasonable level of success for probably 15 years or so, I had no ownership stake in anything. So people will credit me for things like water, W-A-T, Ocean Spray, the relaunch of Coca-Cola, Bigger, Smirnoff Ice, stuff like that. But I didn't own any stake in those companies. So I reached a point where did that for a while, then I wanted to know, do something bigger, really more on a national level. Went and served in government as Deputy Director of Tourism, Special Advisor to the Minister of Tourism, and enjoyed that, got called back to private sector and said, you know, I want to do something for myself where I have an ownership stake, right? So fast forward, I got involved in private equity because I said I've been an operator, I've been CEO of companies, as CEO of ATL, but again, not having an ownership stake.
Which I think is how we met, because at the time I was working at MC Systems, and I spoke to you about a vehicle expense management system. I actually sold that to ATL.
Correct. Yeah, man. Yeah, and I mean, so you know, I would do things like that and try to help improve companies by looking at products, services, add-ons, etc. Like, you know, you came to me and we partnered, and that was a good success. But at the end of the day, I didn't have a stake. So I said, let me figure out more how I could have a stake. So I moved to Orlando, set up a private equity firm. That's the Phoenix Group that you mentioned in the beginning. Transitioned to my own firm, Hyperion, moved back to Jamaica, and then got an opportunity to go to serve at SSL as Group CEO. But when I went and met with the board, I said, I'm not coming here to work for the Crossgraves, right? I know Hugh Crossgrave very well. Him and my dad worked together back in the days at Eagle. My dad was one of the founders of Eagle Merchant Bank. So I said, Uncle Hugh, I will come and help, but I need to have some sort of an equity stake. So fast forwarding a bit now, that led to the creation of Hyperion. Of Delta Capital, right? Coming out of Hyperion, because what I did is I basically took the deals that I had as Hyperion, merged it with SSL to create Delta. So that's how Delta was really formed. So Stocks and Securities Limited continues to do well, continues to perform well, continues to serve its 8,000 plus clients. Trusted brand, people know us. But there's another segment in the market where we want to get active in businesses. We want to help to grow companies and to create real wealth, and that's the purpose of Delta.
Wonderful, because we have a situation in Jamaica where I think a lot more people need to look for different vehicles for impacting emerging business.
Absolutely.
Which transitions to my question around what are you looking for just as from an investment standpoint? What are you assessing when you're looking at businesses and saying, these businesses are worthy of investment?
So that's a very good question. It's not easy. That's the first thing, right? I say this all the time. Nobody has ever come to me and presented a investment pitch that said, my business sucks and you shouldn't invest, right? Every investor pitch is great.
Yes.
It has the same exact curve, right, where you see the profits going like this and going right up. Every single one, you could just copy and paste it. But, only a certain percentage of them work. So the trick is, how can you peel back those layers and look deeper beyond? First thing that we do is we just do a regular kind of sense check. Does this feel like it makes sense? Without getting into the numbers and the details and the financials, whether they're audited, whether they're not audited. Does this just make sense as a person? Like somebody comes to you like, could this work or could this not work? If we say, yeah, this sounds like something that could work, then we'll then go through the full diligence process, right? But what we look at is, what is the potential for this thing to grow? Okay, so we are not a bank. Delta Capital is not a bank. We don't give loans. So you can't come and say, Point Global looking to, build a building and we're looking at $3 million loan.
You have a commercial bank for that.
Yeah, you have a commercial bank for that, right? That's not us. You come to us because the team that is in place is so diverse that we've participated across multiple industries. So our perspective and view is going to be different maybe from somebody else that you could go to, right? So, without going through the entire team, but I mean, the core members of the team, Ivan Carter, who's my CEO, he reports into me. I serve as executive chairman.
Right.
Ivan was with Sagicor for 17 years.
Yes.
He's a former chief financial officer.
Right.
So anything that has to do with financial services, you don't get any better than that regionally.
Sure.
Right? And he's a tough character, but well-respected guy. People know him, and he's done a lot of amazing things. Alison Hemmings, who's a CFO, she was with Digicel for several years at a group level. So anything to do with telecoms, anything to do with finance, really, she's as smart as they come, right? And she's a tough character too. She gets things done. Anthony Dunn, who's Chief Investment Officer, he was Head of Treasury at JPS for 5 years. He was also Treasurer at Grace Kennedy for 5 years or so. So he knows distribution, he knows technology, he knows energy, he knows financial services, and then he himself has had his own private equity firm.
Right.
So, and there's other members of the team. So across the team, we also have Sonia Nicholson, who comes from the FSC. So when it comes to like regulations and stuff, when you come to Delta, we look at deals in a different way. So we try to see how can we, as our team, complement what you already have to grow it, rather than just cutting your check and saying you need to deliver a return.
Zach, why did you start this business? You could literally do so many other things. You play music. You're a phenomenal marketer that has brought so many amazing brands.
Thank you.
Your wife has an incredible company that one of these days I'm going to afford 100 pieces.
I'll set up one for you, don't worry.
But why was this an important thing for you?
You know what it is, Javed? I love different businesses. Yeah. I'm not the guy that could just work at one place for 17 years and get a gold watch for retirement and long service. Yes. I can't. Every 2 years, I kind of have to move and adjust to something else. So I like the concept of, let me see how I can help various businesses to grow. Yeah. Because then that way, what I'm indirectly doing is diversifying my own portfolio. Sure. If I only have a food business and I just dump everything into that, and then for some reason, food industry goes belly up, then I have a problem. Mm-hmm. Right now, we're looking at several sectors. And so if I can, the mindset was, how can I own a piece of several different businesses so that my personal investment portfolio is diversified enough to withstand shocks? Sure. Right? So deals that we're looking at now, COVID-proof, many of them. Yes. Right? We're looking at something in the oil and lubricant space, right, where cars still have to run, yes, planes still have to fly, I mean, even though travel is down, right? Mm-hmm. Machines still have to turn. Mm-hmm. That's a COVID-proof type thing. We are looking at a company right now, which I can't talk too much about, but they basically have a 5-minute COVID test, right? 5 minutes? 5-minute COVID test. Company out of Canada. At the stage of FDA approval, they've spent tens of millions of dollars of research over the last 10 years. It's not like they just developed a COVID test. This is basically what they call a biosecurity company that looks at all sorts of disease and illnesses, but there's a device that they have that you can do a quick test.
So you guys are not just looking at these in Jamaica or in the Caribbean?
Not at all.
You're looking...
Yeah. Anywhere. I mean, the focus is more on the Caribbean, but so far we've closed a deal in the U.S., P2 Controls Limited, which is a tech security company. Right? They have U.S. government contracts. Right. That deal came to us, we analyzed it, there's some real estate involved, we closed that deal. We just closed off on this biosecurity company in Canada. This week we will close on 2 deals here in Jamaica, and then 1 that we're looking at in Barbados within the next month or 2. So we're looking regionally as well as, North America, South America.
So we have a number of entrepreneurs who are watching who will see the feed at a later date.
Yes.
Who are founding business, they're starting business. They want to work with Zach Harding. What are the critical things that they need to know in preparing themselves for a conversation with your top team when they're presenting their ideas? What are the deal size that you're looking at as well?
Okay. So for deals, right now we have just shy of 200 million US worth of deal flow, right? Obviously, we're raising to try and get those deals closed,
right.
but we have about 200 million US. Check sizes that we're looking at, probably 1 million to 20 million per deal.
Okay.
We're not in the range now of like 100,000 US or 200,000 US for like a startup, because we just don't have that amount of cash to then go and experiment with lots of little companies.
Right.
Importantly, and I want to make this distinction, there is an entity called SSL VC, SSL Venture Capital, which was started way before my time. And the purpose of that was to be a venture capital company to look at startups, right? Interesting concept. They did invest in a company that I had a stake in. But the amount of time that you have to spend to work with startup companies, you have to have a lot of money and a lot of time, right? Because they take time to grow and to be nurtured and to be guided.
Sure.
We have had to take a decision that right now, that may not be where we focus a lot on. So that company is something that we are assessing. It's listed on the market, but we're going to assess what we do moving on. So that kind of eliminates the sub 1 million type deals, because all the deals that were done under that were less than $1 million. Deals that we're looking at now, 1 to 20. Average check size, I would say probably 5 to 10 per deal. We are taking anywhere from 20 at a minimum to 100% stake, but usually up to 51% stakes in those companies.
So you're controlling interests?
Yeah, controlling, it's not critical, it's not critical, but at least 20, because for accounting purposes, we can equity account for it, as opposed to just being like a little stake that we have. So for anybody coming to us, what I would say is that's the size of the deal. We have to see where there's potential for it to grow and scale, right? Or it can be something that's just making great cash and it's a good investment. We can put it in, we can stabilize it, we can optimize it, and we can get some good returns from it. But what I would say though is, and just to make this distinction, there's a difference between an idea, a good idea, and a good business idea, right? That's a creed that I live by, right? From as a kid,
an idea,
a
good idea,
correct,
and a good business idea.
Correct. Because what happens is that everybody comes and they say, yo, I have a good idea and I want you to invest. In their mind, what they think is, I have a good business idea, right? But in my mind, I may look at it and I may say, well, it's just an idea. It may or may not even be a good idea.
What makes a good idea a good business idea?
Okay. Simply put, something that you can make money from. Because you're in business to get a return. And even if it's not a massive profit, you must have some sort of economic impact. So even if it's a social return, but you can't be losing money.
Right.
Otherwise, that's not a business. That's a charity, I guess. We're not a charity, unfortunately. So a good business idea has to make money, right? There's a very fundamental principle in investing, which is called capital preservation, right? A lot of people, when they think about investing or getting into business or putting money in something, what they're thinking about is the return. Right. You may make return, you may not make return. The number one thing you should focus on is not losing the money.
Exactly.
Right?
Exactly.
If you don't lose the money, then you still have a chance to make a return. If you lose the money, then you're back to zero. Right?
No, I spoke some years ago at the JBDC Small Business Conference. And the question came up, and the truth is, there are plenty of businesses, like for example, I've never actively sought to raise money for my current, for Point Global. And the reason for that is this is not best position for that. It doesn't mean, and a lot of people get confused about which businesses should be going and raising capital.
Absolutely.
You can have a fantastic business that you don't have massive investment in machinery, massive investment in tooling, you can build a solid business. Some businesses need time to grow and understand themselves. How do entrepreneurs figure out whether or not my business needs capital to grow, or I should be bootstrapping and figuring out every little thing and perfecting that, and then when I get to a point where I say, hey, you know what, I've figured out certain things, I'm going to now try and get capital to grow. How do you make that decision?
Excellent question, and there's no one answer, because it depends on the business, depends on the person, right? Some businesses can't grow beyond a certain point, right? You can't be, I can't think of a good enough example. You can't be selling, you know, like power cords and think that you're going to become the biggest power cord seller in the region just so when there's 100 other people selling. Right. So you might just have a niche. You might just say, Kingston is my area. Let me just sell power cords in Kingston. Lock that down. I can make enough money to feed my family and to grow and put aside some money and invest. Some businesses, though, have a lot of potential to scale. So investing is all about a risk-reward ratio, right? If you have a business and you just sell power cords, you might say to yourself, okay, what's the potential for me to really grow it throughout the region? If the potential is 100-fold, and you really believe that there's a way that you can get it done, and I shouldn't really say believe, but you've researched and you've figured out how to get it done, then there's no problem taking an investment. Because then I know if I go to Javed and he gives me $10 million, I can turn it into $100 million. Sure. That's fine. If I'm just making $1 million now and I'm going to struggle to possibly get to 1.5, why would I come to you to borrow $2 million? Because I'm going to be in debt. Yes. I'm better off just juggling the way that I was before. So the first thing would be realistic and to also manage your own expectations. Now, that is not to be confused with putting limitations on yourself. Right. You have to dream big. You have to think. You have to believe that you can conquer the world. Right. Usain Bolt didn't get up and say, you know what, probably I could run alongside this man. Yeah, maybe I could time, and you know, maybe I could come in second and I wouldn't look to. No, he's just like, I'm going to be the fastest man in the world. End of story. Done. Yeah. Committed to it 100%. So you have to have that belief, but you have to also be realistic. Yeah. So, not to pick on my friend Hugo, right? But he also said, I want to be a championship football player. Yes. And so he went, 2 trials, ended up in Australia, too much, wasn't really working. And so he said, okay, fine. That's also being realistic without necessarily not going after a goal. Right? So you have to be realistic with what your business is. Now, everybody thinks that their idea is the greatest idea ever, and they're going to be a millionaire and a billionaire, and they're going to be the next Mark Zuckerberg. Yeah. The math tells us that that's not how it works. Sure. So you have to be a little bit practical, right? And try and be an expert in your field. You can't just say, I'm going to go into the power distribution business, and you've never worked in distribution before. Right? Go work at a distribution place. Go work at Electrical Depot or somewhere else and get a little bit of experience before you just get up and say you want to go and do this. Yeah.
It comes back to something I hear Damian John says. You know, like we have this idea where a lot of people say, I don't want to work for anybody. And that's the reason why I want to start a business. But in reality, even if you start a business, you work for people. If maybe you should go do something else. Yeah. So that's an important distinction. But I want to shift the conversation a little bit to what's happening now with COVID, what's happening now globally, and where corporate leadership has to come in, where conscious capital has to come in in the Jamaica landscape. Firstly, what is your outlook given COVID for the Jamaica and Caribbean economy?
Right. COVID is going to cause a serious problem for us for the years to come. And it's not so much just because of the COVID illness itself and the risk and the reality of people dying. People are dying from heart disease, and they're dying from hypertension, and they're dying from diabetes and other things too, right? So we'll continue to have COVID deaths. The numbers will continue to rise. We're at maybe 6,000 now in total. We might get to 10, 15, 20, 60, I don't know. And we're going to have some more deaths. That's not the part that I'm worried about so much. Part that I'm worried about is that our economy is very dependent on certain sectors, in particular tourism, right? So we've seen all the debates on Twitter and different people back and forth. What's the contribution of tourism to GDP, etc. And pick any number you want, 15%, 40%, it doesn't really matter. When people cannot travel to Jamaica because they have restrictions on their end or we have restrictions on our end, or the demand for travel is low because of the fear of illness, that's a major problem, right? If we're dependent on people coming into our country to generate business and they can't, or let's say they can, but it's only 50% of them coming in, that's a major problem, right? The hotels won't have enough people to be able to generate enough income to pay the staff. That's just a reality, right? I sit on the board of a regional airlines. I represent the government's interest in that airline as a shareholder. And planes need to be flying at 50 or 60% load factor to be able to break even. Right. So every time you get on a plane, if you see less than 50% of the plane full, it's losing money. Yeah. Now, it's not a little bit of money they're losing. Right? It's plenty.
Jet fuel is expensive.
Right. Very expensive, right? So you could just wake up one day and you could just hear some of the big carriers file for bankruptcy. Right? And that carrier who was carrying flying 7 flights a day, just gone. And it's not so much a case where somebody else will just automatically pick up the route because it's based on demand. So if you have a significantly reduced demand for air travel, that's going to affect tourism. And then the 300 to 350,000 workers who are impacted by tourism, roughly 100,000 directly, but there's another 300,000 in total that are affected. That's something that we have to consider seriously, right? That has a trickle-down effect on a lot of different things. My wife was talking to me last night and she said, just randomly, something I never thought about? The impact on people that supply things to schools. Right. I was like, what? Supply to, I just never thought about it. She was like, if your business is selling exercise book and pencil and eraser and rulers and geometry set, and people are just not going to school, you don't have and I was just like, that's serious, I just didn't think about it. So there is a chain reaction of interconnectivity of businesses that gets impacted by other things. So I'm concerned.
What's the role of a corporate leader in shifting our economy, though? What's the role of leadership in saying, look, this is the reality. Whether we like it or not, COVID is here. We have to deal with it. How do we retool? What kind of leadership should be brought to that process?
One word. It starts with I. Innovation. There is no other way around it. If you're only thinking of things that you've already thought and are only doing things that you've already done, you're already behind.
For Jamaican businesses, I know the next question is, okay, we are super creative people.
Right.
We create all the time. How do we move that creativity to innovation?
Right. Moving to innovation requires getting rid of fear. Right. The stumbling block to innovation is being afraid. Like, we can't do this thing because it may not work. That's a fear-based mindset. Right. You have to say, we have to do this thing or else we're dead.
Right.
And that will create a whole different set of inspiration and parameters for you to work within. So it has to be one of change or die type of mentality. Right. Everything that we know of today, every business that exists, every book that was written, at some point it didn't exist. Somebody had to come up and say, yo, I want to start a thing called Point Global. And a man said, yo, that's foolishness. How that going to work? And you have to say, no, it's going to work. So innovation comes out of being brave and being able to say, we're going to do this, or we're going to explore doing this, and we're not going to fear, what it is that we don't know.
No, our first speaker wore a shirt that said, why not?
Right.
I think the entire theme that comes out from the conversation is today actually point to that. So you have been in environments where marketing has been used as a tool for customer acquisitions for years.
Yes,
whether that was when you were out with Cinco, ATL Group, and the Jamaica Tourist Board. So you're a marketer at heart.
Yes.
And even though you have shifted to the other side, the dark side.
Yes.
You're a marketer at heart.
Yeah.
When you're looking at business, when you're looking at the economy, how much of that lens are you bringing to it?
You know what I'd say, Javed? I would say I'm a people-centric, focused person at heart, right? So some people may, style me as a marketer. That could get very pigeonholed into, advertising, promotions, customer service. I see myself more as a social scientist, right? I'm very interested in people, and I'm very interested in people's behavior, okay? So in any business, whether it is selling liquor, appliances, Jamaica, whatever the case is, investments, it always starts with a person. So you have to convince somebody to make a decision to do something. Even if it's a corporation, there's a board or a team of people that have to agree on that decision to buy your product or service. So for me, it never starts with the product. It always starts with the customer or consumer, right? So you have to be thinking, especially in these times, what do people want? Or what could people want that maybe they don't even know of yet, that you could package and deliver to them that would make life easier, better, cheaper, faster, safer, healthier, right? So my approach is always what do people want. So going back even to, the Delta Capital environment now, what people want is new and innovative investment opportunities. Because anybody can go and buy stocks on the stock market, and we encourage them to, and that's the business that we're in, the fundamental business. But people say, I want something different, I want something unique, a little off-market, where I can manage my risk, but I can provide a good return for myself or my family. So we are looking at that. You may say, now, you know what? People want content.
Right.
So I can't have a physical event with 300 people in a room. I'm going to produce content. And I'm going to monetize that content. And by the way, I might be better off, because before I could only charge, $3,000 for people to go to a hotel here in Jamaica, but now I can broadcast this all over the world. So it's always thinking of the consumer or the customer. What can I deliver to them to delight them and excite them? Most importantly, going back to the good business idea part, where they would be so inspired to pay money.
Right.
Because sometimes people have a cool idea, and they want to do this thing or give it this thing, but people not prepared to pay for it.
I know what I always say, because I run a marketing and branding firm that is focused on emerging businesses, and for the last 10 years, that's what we have been able to do, and we have made as a matter of fact, stocks and securities. As we sit here, a lot of things are coming back to me. I know a conversation with Mark Croscray actually shifted how Point Global operated. And I think I credit for saving Point Global, where in February we'll be celebrating 10 years. So as we sit here, it's around a simple shift. And it was a conversation at the time we started in the incubator at the University of Technology. And Mark came to give a talk to my staff, because we used to have these things where in an evening I'd call somebody and they say, would you talk to my team? And in talking to the team and understanding how we do business, he said to me, instead of being so focused on startups, there are businesses that are like 3 years old, they have a valid business idea, and they are the ones who are validated enough the idea to want to actually go in the market and try experiment, try to innovate. And that actually changed my own outlook on business, which is why we have survived. Maybe I would have a corporate job somewhere else. So, Mark, thanks for that.
Yeah. Great advice. Great advice.
But it comes back to, again, my question around conscious capitalism, around what do leaders like yourself who are occupying a seat now, who can influence the Jamaican startup landscape, that can influence the entrepreneurial mindset of Jamaicans, what needs to happen? Because we see what's happening with digital, we see where we are with digital, we see the opportunities for digital. What needs to happen from, how do we lead ourselves, or how do we ensure that we get where we need to go overall?
Right. The answer is authenticity,
Yeah.
right? The leadership must be authentic. It must be real. I could always pretend to be anything. I could go into politics and pretend to be a million things, right? That doesn't really satisfy my soul.
Right.
When somebody is a manager and you are managed by somebody, it makes you feel that that person is a boss and they're in charge. When somebody is a good leader and they're leading you, they make you feel like you are in charge and you're the most important thing. Right? So good leadership is about being authentic, whereby I want to see Javed succeed. It's I genuinely want you to do well. Not like I need to be the big man and boss you around and tell you what to do for me to feel good. That doesn't make any sense.
How important has mentorship been to you?
It's been very important, but it has been very unstructured.
Right.
And that's something that I think Jamaica needs badly. Right? So my mentors in my life have been football coaches, teachers, and a couple of bosses. Some were great, some were horrible. Right? But I learned from all of them, one way or another. But I think a formalized mentorship program is something that is drastically needed, especially in this time. Right? Because you can sit with somebody who has 20, 30, 40 years of experience, and in that 1 hour, learn so much that might save you 5 years of trial and error. Right? So the concept of mentorship is critical as it relates to leadership. But leaders must also, they must be honest and they must do so with integrity. I watched a little clip this morning, somebody sent it to me. Left Side posted it on his Instagram page. Will Smith was watching this race, and it was a triathlon somewhere in Europe, and two guys were coming into the final leg, and the guy who was in front took the wrong turn. And so the guy who was in second took the right turn, and he could have ended up winning. And he stopped before the finish line and waited for the other guy to come and said, no, this guy was in front of me. And we're competing, but he would have won. He just went the wrong way, and he made him go through, and he won. That's integrity. That's living a life with integrity and honesty. And if you can do that, then you can galvanize support, and you can say to people, okay, this is the right way to do things. They talk about integrity being doing the right thing even when nobody's watching.
Zachary, as always, there's not enough time. Amazing conversation as always. I'll allow you a minute or so to, again, talk about what you're doing at Delta, how people can reach out if they think it's something that there's some mutual benefit there. And in doing so, I'd love for you to, we have tons of emerging business watching, to just give a parting shot to them as well.
Sure. So our interest at Delta is really in building Jamaica and building the Caribbean. We feel that this can be done through investing appropriate capital, as Javed would say, conscious capital, into the right teams and in the right companies that have a vision of how they want to advance themselves. The first thing that we look for is character and integrity. Right? So I don't want to work with companies that are making $1 gazillion, but I can't sit down and play dominoes with them and feel that they're not going to rob me playing dominoes. Right? That doesn't interest me. I'm not here forever. I can't take whatever money I have with me. So while I'm here, I want to live a clean life, and I want to do so with other people who share the same values. And that's an important part to us. What value system are we investing in? We want to look for businesses that have the potential to withstand shocks and to also move the needle. So what I live for is really my kids, right? I want my kids to be able to say, before Daddy was doing this, this used to happen. But after, him and a group of people got together, and then they did this, and then life was different and better for people. If I can go to my grave with that, then I would have achieved a lot and I'd have been super wealthy, regardless of how much money I have or don't have. So for the businesses that are coming up now, not everybody is cut out to be an entrepreneur. I know it's actually a subject in school now that you can learn, right? But some people are just better off working at a corporation and just contributing to the growth of that corporation and being on a team. Other people are meant to lead and to set up their own businesses. Know what works best for you, and don't be afraid to try both. I worked at a bunch of different places before doing my own thing. And some people may do their own thing many times, learn from it, and then go and work at another organization. So be flexible, be open to feedback, and always do the right thing even when people are not watching.
Ladies and gentlemen, Zachary Harding, conversation on business model, innovation, customer acquisition, and really financing. Zachary, always a pleasure. Thank you very much. I'm sure this is your second time speaking at Digital Housing. I'm sure there's going to be many more. It's always a pleasure.
Happy to come back.
I'll call you for a coffee one of these days as well.
Yeah, man.
And thank you very much. Guys, we're going to have an amazing session coming up. We have Jeffrey Hall. We have William Food. Stay tuned. In a few minutes, we'll be back for those conversations. Thank you.
Your legs. They're saying you're a hero, the MVP, the boss. But the swelling, aching, and burning are getting in the way of the game and your life. Varicose and spider veins can be uncomfortable and get in the way of your daily activities and get worse if left untreated. Contact Vein Centers of Jamaica or visit jamaicavein.com. Listen to your legs. Your relief, your life.
Yes, Chairman, we've made contact with all of our customers. 34 years ago, Exim made a commitment to Jamaica to help facilitate economic growth by providing loan financing solutions to companies just like you.
They say that necessity is the mother of invention. And in times like these, our commitment to you has not wavered, even as we seek to find innovative ways to serve you, to ensure your safety and the safety of our staff.
The success of your business is our priority. Exim cares.
Exim cares about your business.
Exim cares about you.
Your legs. They're saying you're a hero, the MVP, the boss. But the swelling, aching, and burning are getting in the way of the game and your life. Varicose and spider veins can be uncomfortable and get in the way of your daily activities and get worse if left untreated. Contact Vein Centers of Jamaica or visit jamaicavein.com. Listen to your legs. Your relief, your life. Your legs. They're saying you're a hero, the MVP, the boss. But the swelling, aching, and burning are getting in the way of the game and your life. Varicose and spider veins can be uncomfortable and get in the way of your daily activities and get worse if left untreated. Contact Vein Centers of Jamaica or visit jamaicavein.com. Listen to your legs. Your relief, your life.
Yes, Chairman, we've made contact with all of our customers. 34 years ago, Exim made a commitment to Jamaica to help facilitate economic growth by providing loan financing solutions to companies just like you.
They say that necessity is the mother of invention. And in times like these, our commitment to you has not wavered, even as we seek to find innovative ways to serve you, to ensure your safety and the safety of our staff.
The success of your business is our priority. Exim cares.
Exim cares about your business.
Exim cares about you.
Your legs. They're saying you're a hero, the MVP, the boss. But the swelling, aching, and burning are getting in the way of the game and your life. Varicose and spider veins can be uncomfortable and get in the way of your daily activities and get worse if left untreated. Contact Vein Centers of Jamaica or visit jamaicavein.com. Listen to your legs. Your relief, your life.
Yes, Chairman, we've made contact with all of our customers. 34 years ago, Exim made a commitment to Jamaica to help facilitate economic growth by providing loan financing solutions to companies just like you.
They say that necessity is the mother of invention. And in times like these, our commitment to you has not wavered, even as we seek to find innovative ways to serve you, to ensure your safety and the safety of our staff.
The success of your business is our priority.
All right. Hello again, everybody. Welcome back to Digital Housing 2020, DH 2020. We are moving into our keynote segment, and I'm very excited to have with me Jeffrey Hall. Jeffrey Hall is the CEO of Jamaica Producers Group. He's also the chairman of Scotia Group, Scotia Investment, Kingston Wharf, Lumber Depot, a director of Blue Power, vice president of PSOJ, and I think I'll leave the rest.
The long tail.
But it's to say Jeffrey is a stalwart of the Jamaican business environment, would not be overstating it in any way. Thank you very much for joining us for Digital Housing, and I'm looking forward to this conversation on corporate leadership.
Thank you, Javette. Thanks to Point Global for inviting me.
Wonderful. I want to start off with what is on a lot of persons' mind regarding the pandemic. Corona pandemic has tested character, it has tested the economy, it has tested business resilience. Given COVID, given the pandemic, given what is happening globally now, what is your outlook for the Jamaican and the Caribbean economy?
Well, let's try to measure where we are on a couple of quick dimensions. One dimension would be obviously just the level of health impact. So if we look at, so the business that I run on a day-to-day basis, I would describe as a multinational. So we have operations in Jamaica, UK, Netherlands, DOMREP, Cayman, US, etc. From a narrow healthcare perspective, Jamaica is, despite the current peak, is actually relatively well off. So if you look at kind of deaths per million, which is a morbid number, but it's relevant, Jamaica would be now at about 30, whereas the UK and the US are north of 600. Netherlands is 370, DOMREP is about 180. And so from a healthcare perspective, we're not yet defeated. Now, the issue with the economy, so the outlook for our economy is a minus 8 to 10% for the full fiscal year. And the initial assessment by the IMF was between 5 and 6, and it's gotten worse. Just for everybody to understand, Jamaica has not had that level of adverse economic impact in a single year for 50 years. So 2008, for example, the big recession would have been on the order of 4% or less, actually. 1979 was on the order of 5, a little over 5%. 1976 was another bad one. But we haven't seen anything like this. So it's going to be big, and it's going to be compounded by the share of our GDP that's in tourism. So our direct impact from tourism is about 10.5% of GDP, but the estimates, and there's a little debate going on, but the estimates of the indirect share of GDP from tourism are about 30%. But connected to just the sheer GDP impact, or the impact on what we produce and what employs us, is likely to be a foreign exchange impact, which is quite significant. Yeah. And we can talk about that, but in round numbers, the gap is on the order of 800 million US that we have to find or reprice. Okay. So those are some big numbers. We can talk about it in more detail.
You mentioned the exchange rate, and for many ordinary Jamaicans, that's the barometer of health for the Jamaican economy. Are we too fixated on the exchange rate? Is that a good measure of health? I hear BOJ saying inflation is what is important. For the ordinary Jamaican that is seeing the dollar weaken against its hard currency trading partners, are we too fixated on the Jamaican exchange rates versus other currencies?
So it's right for us to say that we have a high import component to the things that we eat and the things that we wear and you know, and the places in which we live. Yeah. So we're importing steel and we're importing clothing and so on. So from that perspective, the exchange rate matters, and a depreciation of the exchange rate is seen in inflation in some instances. But it's not the only thing that matters, and B, it's not a very useful policy tool, i.e. a revaluation of the exchange rate or a holding of the exchange rate at a level that's not market determined doesn't actually give us any more shoes, right, or steel. So the pathway to getting more steel and more shoes and more technology is likely to revolve not around us fixing the exchange rate. We're kind of grabbing onto the wrong bus. Right. It's gonna revolve around us figuring out how we produce and how we compete. And our ability to compete is actually enhanced by a depreciating exchange rate. So for the lifetime of most adults, like myself, there's been the inflation rate in Jamaica has been higher than the depreciation of the exchange rate year on year. And so we actually weren't getting more competitive when we were holding the exchange rate, becoming less competitive. In recent times, there's been instances in which we become more competitive, which for business people presents an opportunity.
Right. See, let's shift to the productive sector, because the argument is, let's start focusing on the exchange rate. Let's get better at business, get better at producing. Where are the areas of opportunities that you are seeing in not only the Jamaican economy, but given the vantage point from which you operate, where are the areas of opportunities that you are seeing globally? And if you could go specific to the Caribbean region.
Okay, so let's talk about this, because this is it's a bit complicated, but also fairly interesting. So there's a couple of ways to look at the question. One way is in light of COVID. So let's have a quick discussion about that, and then let's talk about kind of a more general view. So in terms of COVID, there are kind of two categories of things that I would be interested in. The first category would be things that have been disrupted by COVID. So my investment thesis and what I do for a living could loosely be called value investing. So we look for companies that are undervalued and buy them and then try to operate them efficiently. And that's been very successful for us. And so we expect there'll be businesses that have been disrupted by COVID that will become available in the obvious places: travel, tourism, various, some parts of the logistics trade, etc. And then there'll be businesses for which transformation has been accelerated by COVID. So COVID presents opportunities. Digital is a huge part of that. I would say, if I were interested in that space, one of the things about the Caribbean and Jamaica in particular is that we pay a lot of attention to the visible sectors, like finance. It's you see the billboards, it's on the TV and so on. But there's a whole raft of space, of economic space, that's badly managed, to be frank, and presents great opportunities for entrepreneurs. And by that, so we look at the financial system, for example, look at the commercial system, but think a bit about government. E-government is a huge opportunity. The healthcare system presents massive opportunities for digital transformation. The education system, even the criminal justice system, the system of customs and taxes. So I see big opportunities that are available not just to people doing it in Jamaica, but people doing it from Jamaica globally. In a macro sense, this whole move to work from home, presents a huge global opportunity. So I'm associated with businesses that, for example, pre-COVID would have occupied a massive, tower in the center of Toronto, for example. And that tower is now empty. Everybody who was in that tower is working from home. At some point, and that's true, that's generalizably true for a whole range of businesses. I'm not speaking about any particular one. But I think the world is very quickly going to realize that some of those things that people are doing from home can be done from home in places like Jamaica and can be done a lot cheaper. And so the business process outsourcing business, broadly defined, not just answering the phone, I think presents a massive opportunity for Jamaica. So if you look at just the share of jobs that are in the US that are high priced, but not just those that are in India and the Philippines that can be nearshored, if we had a 1% shift in market share of that business to us, we wouldn't have people to fill the jobs. So that's a big opportunity. But in a macro sense, Javed, one thing that's misunderstood about Jamaica, and it's very controversial, we talk a lot about this idea of value-added agriculture and production and so on. If you look, so the World Bank and IMF and a whole bunch of other statistical compilers look at the share of production of countries across the world in three broad categories: agriculture, industry, and services. And so Jamaica's share of GDP, which is everything we produce, about 7% is agriculture, about 21 would be industry, like manufacturing, and about 71.5 would be services. If you made a list of small countries across the world that had a higher share of their GDP in agriculture. So more than 7, more than 8, more than 10%.
Right.
And what you would see unambiguously, this is a little bit stark, and is that you would see, for example, Chad, Sierra Leone, Central African Republic, and a whole raft of countries that face a number of challenges.
Right.
If you made a list, and this is just empirical stuff,
Right.
of countries that have a higher share of their GDP in services, you would see New Zealand, Singapore, Cayman Islands, etc.
Right.
So we have to be careful when we're disparaging about the services sector and the tremendous potential of this digital transformation. I see big opportunities for us there.
Sure. I'm happy that you mentioned digital transformation. I think everybody who operates in Jamaican environment understands some of the challenges that we face on things like broadband capability, the reliability of our internet connections, our telecoms infrastructure. What role does corporate leadership play in moving us higher up the value chain to be like Singapore, where logistics is such an important part of that economy, or the United Kingdom, where financial services is such an important part of the economy? And one of the reasons those economies do well is the ICT infrastructure. What needs to happen in that space?
Well, so, the short answer is the transformation that we're going to see in digital really requires disruption.
Yeah.
So I don't know if you want to look to the establishment corporate leaders to make this happen.
Right.
I think the folks who are listening to this who are not themselves establishment corporate leaders are more likely to have a massive impact, because the corporate leaders are too vested to see the transformation.
Right.
But from a policy perspective, there are a couple of things. Jamaica's kind of share of private debt to GDP is lower than, let's say, Trinidad or Panama or Costa Rica. So we're probably 30-something%. Whereas those countries have there's higher access to debt capital
Right.
for entrepreneurs to do things. So we need to make that happen, and it will happen, and it is happening,
Right.
including equity capital. I think that, when you look at the US economy, the fair competition business that disrupts established market leaders that have dominant positions, Jamaica is very underdeveloped from a fair competition antitrust standpoint.
Right.
I think that's a policy position that we could find interesting. Trade is another one. Probably there's some opportunity to open the economy to some extent to competition. So those would be the policy level things. But the real issue, I think, is just giving opportunity to young people, to sharp people. Basically it's us saying, as a country, responding yes to people who say, "Coach, can I get a game?"
Yes.
We got to get people in the game. We got to
Yes.
get people who are outside the establishment onto the field.
Do you? So this is a digital question, but it steps back a little. How far behind are we in your assessment of how we employ and use digital technology? Just in a cursory.
This is very uneven, right? So in, say, the financial sector, we're moving very rapidly. I would say a majority of transactions now in the financial sector for the larger institutions are now digital. And then, and the whole question of payment systems is a big part of it, because e-commerce is a big component of digital transformation. I would say the government sector is behind, but willing to move. I don't think we should concentrate on how far behind we are, because I don't think that we are constrained other than by our own imagination.
Right.
So, I'm not pessimistic about Jamaica's ability to participate in this game.
Right. Wonderful. So we have seen the last few quarters, there's been cooling off, I would say, on the stock market. We have seen a slight depreciation, which reappreciated in the Jamaican dollar after the election. We have seen many corporates that had big plans. I think Mrs. Street said that they had 20 IPO deals lined up prior to COVID. We only see one that's coming to the market currently. And a lot of leaders are shifting to very they're looking at one specific project that they're focused on, that they think is important in transforming their business. Is that the appropriate response given where we are now and the uncertainty, or what should leaders be thinking about when looking at their business and the plans that they have for their business in your mind?
So the choices are, should they be focusing on kind of a diversification play or concentrating on a few specific things?
Right.
I would say that in the current environment, they should be focusing on a few specific things. You know, this idea of kind of a grupo, you know, the big grupos in the Caribbean would have existed and thrived in an era in which there were a lot more restraints on capital availability and on trade. And so their job was to kind of deploy management. They have a travel agency, they have a shipping line, they have a food business, they have a financial sector business. I don't think that model is necessary or desirable now. I think we need to see strong expertise in areas of focus. I think the market will accept that. The capital markets will appreciate that. If you look at the multiples, you'll find that that's true. I don't want to discount the success of the big Caribbean grupos because they have a tremendous track record. Right. But if I'm building something right now, I'd be a category captain in what I'm focusing on.
Right. Wonderful. So you're central to the leadership of a number of businesses. What is your current outlook for Kingston Wharf?
My outlook for Kingston Wharf is very positive. Kingston Wharf will be affected by COVID to some extent because we handled consumer durables, you know, like cars, and people will defer expenditure on things like cars. Right. They'll still eat, but they'll defer the purchase of their dream car until next year. Yes. So, but we have the balance sheet to handle that. Sure. So that's not going to be an issue. But over the long term, there's absolutely no question that trade will continue and that warehousing, logistics will continue, and Jamaica will be important in that space. Jamaica's already, you know, if you kind of ask yourself, which sectors in Jamaica attract global players, which is a very good indicator of competitiveness. Right. You know, the fact that our partners in the business are a global shipping service. Our competitors in the business are owned by the third largest shipping line in the world. And they're putting $400 million into the terminal. Right. So we're optimistic.
Blue Power?
Well, people need to bathe. And thankfully, that's continuing and increasing with COVID. They're washing their hands more. So our profits are up year on year. Right. And there's a strong appetite right now for soaps that have antibacterial properties. And we're well positioned to execute on that. So, you know, thanks for the plug for Blue Power.
Lumber Depot, we saw the disaggregating, okay, the separating of the business.
Right. Speaking of focus. Right.
Right. What's the outlook for that?
Lumber Depot is performing very well. I didn't realize this was a kind of investor briefing, but
we have a lot of people who are looking where smart money needs to go.
I'm not a licensed financial advisor, so you're not authorized to take financial advice on stock picks from me.
Sure.
But what I have been intrigued by is the continuing, I would say, actually boom in construction. Right. You know, and particularly the construction at a place like Lumber Depot Fees, where people are doing home renovations. Right. Kind of mid-sized contractors doing things. We are finding, you can look at our numbers, and the Q1 numbers just came out, which is for the period ending July 31st. Sales and profits are up significantly, and it's continuing. Right. You know, I think as a country, we're going to have to embrace that sector a little bit more, and I think that's happening to some extent, and I think my outlook there remains very positive.
I want to ask you about Scotia and your chairmanship of two of the Scotia entities. But I'm going to be a little bit cheeky and ask, we see what's happening with the other big financial player in Jamaica. They're making a lot of moves in the capital market. They are raising.
I wasn't aware there was another big one.
They've raised, I think, this year, just a few weeks ago, big capital raises. I think, I don't remember the exact figure, but close to, I think, 400 million or thereabouts. They see what's happening with Guardian. is Scotia kind of getting off the throttle in Jamaica and the Caribbean? And what is the general outlook? What is the play for the environment that Scotia operates in Jamaica specifically, but broadly in the Caribbean?
Yeah, so Scotia has been in Jamaica for, I think, 130 years.
Yeah.
And Scotia remains very committed to Jamaica. Scotia's business model is very steady, and that's proven very successful over the long term for Jamaica. And so, you know, I definitely don't intend by any comment I'm about to make to give a view on any other person's strategy.
Sure, sure.
So Scotia offers, you know, banking services. On the lending side, it ensures that it is competitive, that its turnaround time is quick, that it is keeping pace with digital transformation. And on the deposit side, it ensures that it is safe, reliable, here forever.
Right.
And so that business model gives satisfactory returns over the long term. And it's proven, and there's no intention to change it. It also serves the constituents of Jamaica very well. So, you know, so in short, you know, Scotia as a bank is rock steady and an excellent place to do business.
Is the players like Scotia are extremely important for financial inclusivity, which is a massive issue in the Jamaican economy. I don't know the immediate statistics, but there are the number of persons in Jamaica that don't have a bank account, who are not, the unbanked is such a big part of our economy, and the informality of some of the sectors that operate and are important to Jamaica. Are there any moves in addressing and being a bigger player in that space?
Yes. So I mean, I think it's fair to say the sector as a whole is looking at the space of financial inclusion, and Scotia definitely is doing it. There are constraints to broad-based financial inclusion. So the central bank and other regulatory institutions demand a certain level of information before you can open an account. Depending on the amount of money you're moving, there's a certain level of scrutiny to that. And I think what's happening is that the financial institutions are working with the government to make that work for all of us. Right. And Scotia is definitely participating in that. And I think it's going to be good for not just individuals who might deem themselves to be underbanked, but also small businesses that have to make payments quickly to people who are underbanked. Right. And employees, if you're running a construction site and you want to make payments, but not have to walk to the construction site with a big brown bag of cash. Right. I think that type of opportunity in which we use modern digital solutions for those kinds of issues, Scotia intends to be at the forefront of that.
And finally, in this overview for people who are looking at.
Yeah, people are looking.
Jamaica Producers Group, you have big investments in the consumer category. There's a number of tangential businesses that are, what's the outlook there?
Well, I don't know which of our businesses are tangential.
So the other subsidiaries, Tortuga is still a part of the group. Yeah. Same here as Banana Chips.
Yeah, so our food businesses, our biggest food business is in the juice business. Yeah. Fresh juice in Europe, very avant-garde business. Our largest single market by revenues is the Netherlands, but also we have substantial business in Belgium, Scandinavia, etc. It's going well. It has a big food service business, and that's COVID affected in the short term.
Sure.
Places like big food chains. In the Caribbean, the Tortuga business is adversely affected because it relies heavily on cruise tourism in Cayman and Barbados, to some extent in South Florida, the travel sector. So that's kind of just us being patient. The good news in that business, and the one thing I think viewers should be aware of, is that we have tripled our e-commerce business in that space, and we've significantly moved on big box retail into the U.S. places like Costco and TJ Maxx and other retailers. So that's been a good story for us. to partially offset the impact on travel retail.
Right.
The snack business chugs along, big innovation. You know, the Jamaican consumer is not static in the snack base. They are forever demanding something new.
Right.
So we just came out with some potato chips. And even within potato chips, you have to do something unique to get the people's attention. And we're doing something called Fire, which is a Scotch bonnet kind of potato chip,
Sure.
and worth a taste. So,
Wonderful. The shifting gears a little bit to what has happened. Globally, 32% of organizations are replacing full-time workers as a result of everything that has happened with COVID, with more people operating in a contractual or project management, a project way, or through what the U.S. terms the gig economy. Is that a critical shift in how organizations will be managed going forward? Is that something that management teams and business leaders need to understand, that shift with the fluidity of borders, given how that people can work from anywhere as well?
definitely. But I think the bigger thing is the opportunity it presents for us here in Jamaica. I mean, you know, my children, like everybody else's children, have been affected by the need to do virtual schooling. Right. And so, as concerned parents, we said, okay, fine, we'll do our best with the school system as it is. But then we started to do some research, and we realized that anybody can get a teacher to teach them anything from anywhere in the world. So he's already signed up a math teacher from Ukraine, right, a physics teacher from South Africa, a Spanish teacher from Guatemala, right, an English teacher from Jamaica, right, a chemistry from Jamaica, a biology from Jamaica. So you can access this, and then more importantly, I think we can immediately begin as people to offer services. Now, from what I understand, and this statistic blew my mind, 80% of the graduates of tertiary institutions, I think generally, but I'm pretty sure about the University of West Indies, are in the market for leaving Jamaica, right, to seek work after graduation. So there's a huge opportunity to have some of this group stay home, but have more people who don't have the opportunity to go overseas to sell their services globally. Sure. So grab that one, I think.
Yeah. How was COVID? Nobody, I guess, certainly except maybe the epidemiologists, understood fully, I think, at the start of this COVID crisis, how COVID would have affected the economy globally. How has that shifted the way you have led the businesses that you're a part of, and kind of reframed your thinking on what your kind of risk management in light of the health crisis?
Well, I think, you know, a crisis like COVID definitely defines leadership. So, you know, there's no way to kind of run this business as a kind of a con man operation, right? So, sincere, authentic leadership is what's required now. I think we're all being called upon to make sure that our utterances are at the highest level of integrity. The last thing that you want to do is be a manager in a business in which there's some suspicion that somebody has COVID, and you're seen to be or perceived to be hiding it from the team.
Sure.
For example. And so what it's doing is it's calling out real leaders, and I think that's powerful.
Shifting a little bit, a number of persons who are watching are young business owners, they are middle managers, they are CMOs, they are in many cases at the start or very early stage in their careers. How important has mentorship been for you, and in your, from everything that you do now and the seat that you occupy? How important has mentorship and a kind of developmental trajectory been in your life?
I would say mentorship is important, but in my particular case, you know, almost as important as being mentored is a bit of luck, and in my particular case, the luck of having peers at every stage of my life who themselves were competitive, were provocative, were thoughtful, and I've actually learned a lot, and been motivated by the friends that I've had around me, at each stage of the game. And I would encourage people not to discount that, not just to kind of look for the big guy in the corner office, but when you wake up in a relatively small society, and I've been lucky because I've had friends from other countries as well, about which I'm speaking, but even in Jamaica, and you've had a 2-decade or 3-decade relationship with people that you find compelling and interesting and provocative, that can challenge your frame of reference and be extraordinarily powerful. So I encourage people to do that too.
Your father is a corporate juggernaut in Jamaica.
A juggernaut.
Yes.
I'll tell him you said that.
By terminology. And did you feel pressure to go into business? Did you feel like this is something you had to do? Or did you want to be a jazz pianist at one point in time, or a painter?
I do not now wish to be a jazz pianist or painter, and I never did. And thankfully, I don't have the competence to do that. So there's no struggle for me, but I didn't have to resist the allure or the push to get into business. I would say the relationship with my father has been constructive and positive. One of the things that I would say about that is that what I would say from my father I've gotten is that you can be successful in business in Jamaica based on what I've observed through him, and still be a person of principle and integrity and humility. So there is a pathway to do that. So in case you feel crowded out by role models that are getting success in a different methodology, then the one thing for sure that I've observed is it's possible to do otherwise.
One of the persons who I enjoy reading his viewpoints on business and life is John Mackey, the founder of Whole Foods. And one of his probably his most famous work is around conscious capitalism and the need for capital as opposed to what happens in government or the civil service or anything else, to be used as a way of transforming our society in a positive way. You also, is that something, maybe not the same words, but what is the role for deployment of capital in ensuring the overall transformation of a society like Jamaica? What's the roles for the business sector in impacting the overall well-being of Jamaicans and Jamaica?
So I think there are a lot of ways in which what you call conscious capitalism can be deployed, but the one that I find personally most interesting is creating just opportunities, just opening doors for people. Despite the kind of impression that we all put forward that success is a straight meritocracy in Jamaica, and certainly we wish it were so. But the truth is there's still a tremendous amount of opportunity in this country that is allocated based on some amount of privilege. And so we really, in order to be the best that we can be as a country, we've got to make an effort to bring a wide range of people to the table and give them a chance to show what they're made of. And to me, institutionally, that's hugely important. And we should be doing that all day long, every day. And it's a gap in parts of our education system, and it's a gap in parts of our corporate and commercial life. So that's where I see a role for myself, which is in mentoring, in just inclusion, and to some extent in nudging some parts of the education system to create opportunity.
Ladies and gentlemen, Jeffrey Hall, thank you so much for being a part of Digital Housing 2020. As always, there's plenty that we can go into and discuss further, but hopefully we'll have you another time to have a further discussion. But I think your viewpoint and your outlook on the economy would have been invaluable to our audience. Thank you so much for being a part of Digital Housing 2020.
Good luck all, and take over the world.
All right.
Your legs. They're saying you're a hero, the MVP, the boss. But the swelling, aching, and burning are getting in the way of the game and your life. Varicose and spider veins can be uncomfortable and get in the way of your daily activities and get worse if left untreated. Contact Vein Centers of Jamaica or visit JamaicaVein.com. Listen to your legs. Your relief, your life.
Yes, Chairman, we've made contact with all of our customers. 34 years ago, Exim made a commitment to Jamaica to help facilitate economic growth by providing loan financing solutions to companies just like you.
They say that necessity is the mother of invention. And in times like these, our commitment to you has not wavered, even as we seek to find innovative ways to serve you, to ensure your safety and the safety of our staff.
The success of your business is our priority. Exim cares.
Exim cares about your business.
Exim cares about you.
Your legs. They're saying you're a hero, the MVP, the boss. But the swelling, aching, and burning are getting in the way of the game and your life. Varicose and spider veins can be uncomfortable and get in the way of your daily activities and get worse if left untreated. Contact Vein Centers of Jamaica or visit JamaicaVein.com. Listen to your legs. Your relief, your life.
Yes, Chairman, we've made contact with all of our customers. 34 years ago, Exim made a commitment to Jamaica to help facilitate economic growth by providing loan financing solutions to companies just like you.
They say that necessity is the mother of invention. And in times like these, our commitment to you has not wavered, even as we seek to find innovative ways to serve you, to ensure your safety and the safety of our staff.
The success of your business is our priority. Exim cares.
Exim cares about your business.
Exim cares about you.
Your legs. They're saying you're a hero, the MVP, the boss. But the swelling, aching, and burning are getting in the way of the game and your life. Varicose and spider veins can be uncomfortable and get in the way of your daily activities and get worse if left untreated. Contact Vein Centers of Jamaica or visit jamaicavein.com. Listen to your legs. Your relief, your life.
Yes, Chairman, we've made contact with all of our customers. 34 years ago, Exim made a commitment to Jamaica to help facilitate economic growth by providing loan financing solutions to companies just like you.
They say that necessity is the mother of invention. And in times like these, our commitment to you has not wavered, even as we seek to find innovative ways to serve you, to ensure your safety and the safety of our staff.
The success of your business is our priority. Exim cares.
Exim cares about your business.
Exim cares about you.
Your legs. They're saying you're a hero, the MVP, the boss. But the swelling, aching, and burning are getting in the way of the game and your life. Varicose and spider veins can be uncomfortable and get in the way of your daily activities and get worse if left untreated. Contact Vein Centers of Jamaica or visit jamaicavein.com. Listen to your legs. Your relief, your life.
Yes, Chairman, we've made contact with all of our customers. 34 years ago, Exim made a commitment to Jamaica to help facilitate economic growth by providing loan financing solutions to companies just like you.
They say that necessity is the mother of invention. And in times like these, our commitment to you has not wavered, even as we seek to find innovative ways to serve you, to ensure your safety and the safety of our staff.
The success of your business is our priority. Exim cares.
Exim cares about your business.
Exim cares about you.
Your legs. They're saying you're a hero, the MVP, the boss. But the swelling, aching, and burning are getting in the way of the game and your life. Varicose and spider veins can be uncomfortable and get in the way of your daily activities and get worse if left untreated. Contact Vein Centers of Jamaica or visit jamaicavein.com. Listen to your legs. Your relief, your life.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Digital Housing 2020. We're continuing our keynote conversation, and I'm very happy to be joined by William Mahfood, chairman of Wisynco Group, leading Jamaica manufacturer. I won't go into his resume, guys. You can go on the site and pay attention to it. I want to just jump into our conversation quickly.
Sure.
Thank you for agreeing to speak at Digital Housing, and I'm looking forward to the conversation.
It's a pleasure to be here. I know you've had some interesting discussions already today, so hopefully at the end of the day, I don't bore anybody.
No, I think your perspective would be invaluable, especially from the manufacturer's perspective. I'm going to kind of pick up quickly because there's something that I learned. I knew that Wisynco was distributing St. Mary's, but I didn't realize that you're also a partner in that business.
Correct. So over the last, and I want to go back to maybe like the mid-90s when we started really getting into the distribution business. What we found was that as we built brands, there was this decision by many brand owners to just move quickly. Right. And for some reason, we realized that at that point, strategically, if we didn't have some level of control over brands, we would end up one day just basically working for people and they would control our destiny. So, we started in 1996 with the manufacturing of Bigger, then Water, and we moved subsequently into a number of other beverages. And so we also identified, a lot of people don't realize, but the Cran Water originated from our distribution arrangement at the time with Ocean Spray. And as we built the Ocean Spray business in Jamaica, it was one of the top countries in the world for Ocean Spray cranberry. When they decided to move the business, at that point we said, going forward, we had to do things that we had some level of control over. So one of the first acquisitions that we looked at, the family looked at, was at the Tradewinds. We acquired 50% of that business, and that gave us not only the ability to influence their product development and innovation, but also the distribution through Wisynco. We've subsequently done investments in Worthy Park, and then St. Mary's recently. So St. Mary's, we've taken a 30% stake. This is now through Wisynco, the public company. and we've so managed. We're helping them manage to develop, innovating in terms of the portfolio, as well as taking the distribution, and just leveraging our distribution strengths to grow the St. Mary's brand locally.
Wonderful. You are, given these investments, you have a unique vantage point from which you see what is happening in the Jamaican economy.
Yes.
We see what is happening with COVID. What is your outlook for the next 24 months for the Jamaican and the Caribbean economy as a whole? Because I know that there's a big export component of Mexico.
So one of the things we are really now looking at aggressively, as a matter of fact, over the last 24 hours, I've been talking to our operations people, because we right now, most of our UK production is actually done in the UK under a license agreement, and we're bringing 100% of that back to Jamaica.
Wonderful.
So the production will originate here in Jamaica. Our exports have grown, really well over the last couple of years. We've found new partners who have done a good job in many markets, including Trinidad. But in the US, Canada, and the UK, we've seen tremendous growth. And so for us, the exports is one component of it. But as we've grown, one of the things that we realize is another big component for us was always the value added here in Jamaica.
Right.
So we're also very, very committed to agriculture and agro-processing. And you'll see strategically sort of where our head is. Tradewinds just announced acquisition of a new farm.
Yes.
They've taken over another 1,500 acres of land which we're going to use for sugar cane.
Right.
We've just acquired the old Jamaica beverage business, which was Citrus Growers Association, which has dairy manufacturing, where Tradewinds is also actively going into dairy. So we are moving in a direction that is going to start looking at, one, replacing a lot of the imported products.
Yeah.
So agro-processing and manufacturing to conserve foreign exchange in the country, yes. Replace or displace some of those imported products, and then the export. So the combination hopefully will save the country, give us better food security locally,
sure.
and then hopefully employ more Jamaicans and help the economy. As far as the economy is concerned, the risk that we face is twofold. Yeah. One big component of our economy is based on tourism, and I think we're seeing moves internationally that are going to benefit Jamaica. And some of those, for example, yesterday American Airlines announced that they're going to start pre-testing for people coming to Jamaica. Right. So basically tourists will be able to get tested as they get on the plane, and they'll be able to come here and be free, not have to quarantine. Similarly, Jamaican residents coming home, they'll be able to travel back and forth now a little bit more freely. Give them the sense of confidence through the testing programs that airlines will offer, which hopefully will impact positively. And I think if we don't get tourism back up and running, the real importance of tourism is being felt at many levels in the society. Right. And there's a big debate on social media about what percentage of our economy is really tied to tourism. But I know, because I can see, for example, like in Montego Bay and Negril, right. The discretionary income that consumers would spend down there, maybe not necessarily people who are directly employed to the tourism sector, but taxi drivers and the people, tour guides and whatever, those people have been impacted by the lack of tourists in the country.
Sure. For a lot of ordinary Jamaicans, a barometer of how well we are doing is the exchange rate.
Yeah.
Who put this here? Is the exchange rate. Are we too fixated on the exchange rate? As a manufacturer is buying a lot of, I'm sure some of your imports are coming from overseas. Are we too fixated? Is there something else that we should be focused on?
Well, I mean, it's a supply and demand situation. Ultimately, the country requires so much foreign exchange for, our number one single consumption item is fuel. Mm-hmm. The fuel that powers all the cars on the road, and that powers a lot of the energy that we consume, through JPS, etc. After that, it's, what do we consume that we have to import? So like in the poultry industry, for example, almost 100% of the inputs come from overseas. We don't grow locally any of the inputs like corn or soybean or any of the grains that go into the processing. So as a country, if we don't find a balance between what our needs are for foreign exchange and what we earn, we're going to have a problem. Now, over time, what we've seen is change in consumer habits. 100% of soft drinks, not 100, but 70% of soft drinks and beverages used to be imported into the country. And with investments by Grace Kennedy, by Lasco, by Wisynco, by Pepsi, what you've seen is a move where, now maybe less than 10% of our beverages that are consumed locally are imported. So more of that is happening. You see more expansion in agro space. NCB doing a huge investment in agriculture. A number of other companies are really focusing on that. That will over time, that will displace the need for imports, which will hopefully get us to the point where we find a balance, Sure. So I'm not as hooked up on the exchange rate. Right. I think what we need to do is we need to find where are the flows coming into the country with foreign exchange. And its remittances is about 30%. Right. Tourism is probably 30%, and then a lot of the rest would come from traditional or non-traditional agriculture, bauxite, etc.
In 2017, Wisynco did one of the biggest capital raises for a manufacturing business in the Caribbean. Yeah. However, Wisynco has been a big brand, a big name in Jamaica. Conceivably, you had other options. You could have done it privately. Why was the IPO an important mechanism?
So, a couple of things, and I'll give you first of all, for me, and one of my greatest motivators was, in 2016 we had a big fire. I don't know if you recall.
Yes, I recall.
So May 2016, we had this huge fire, and I think a lot of our competitors felt this was going to be the downfall of Wisynco. By the following year, we had recovered fully. We were even bigger and stronger, and 100% of that is really due to the efforts of our team members, the people at the managerial, executive, and at the ground level, the grassroots people in Wisynco, who worked tirelessly to get us back up and running. And I said, well, the surest way to keep these people happy is to give them ownership in the company. So one of the things that we did was we did the IPO in I think it was December 2017. What we did was we had about 1,800 employees, and we offered them shares in the company at a 10% discount to the IPO. So we had a widespread take-up. Over 1,000 employees took up shares. We actually advanced funds from bonuses and stuff for them to buy into it, and so. So and I said to we had team, town hall meetings with the team members, and I would go to them and say, look, when the time comes that we have an annual general meeting, and as your chairman, I stand up to give you the report, you can ask the questions. Yes. Why didn't did we get more dividends, or why didn't we grow the revenue fast, or whatever? Yeah. But it gives them now a real sense of ownership. So that was the primary reason. Sure. And then secondary was the timing in the market was good. We did have a number of shareholders. It was a exclusively family-held company, and there were a number of family members who just wanted to start to realize the value and unlock some of that value.
Sure. I want to take you way back, because Wisynco's story is phenomenal, from the distribution of rice and all of that in the early days.
You could find information about that?
Oh, I'm a student of business, so I know. So talk to us a little bit, because a lot of emerging businesses are there that are starting very small. And what has led to that trajectory, and what do you think is the important things that your family, yourself, and the entire leadership of Wisynco has learned from where you started downtown distributing rice to where you are now?
It's funny, I was just talking to Andrew, our CEO, a while ago on the phone, and that's why I was a few minutes late. And we were talking about, the youngsters, like my son is now 30, and he's coming up. He started in one of our subsidiaries. Andrew has 2 sons, and he has a daughter who works in Tradewinds, and 2 sons who are just finishing their CPA. And you know, after 30 years, one of the things that I said, I realized is that there's no greater way to learn business than to actually practice it every day. I mean, you could read all the books in the world, but when you're actually on the ground, in my case, I grew up in the warehouse and in the distribution center. I built a lot of the systems that today are the cornerstone of the company. Andrew was in finance and treasury, so he was very, very much fixated on how do we manage on the financial side. But we got to the point where, you know, going from rice, there was certain things that we said we had to be strategically aligned, as, you know, in terms of what our focus was. We realized, you know, early in the day that the styrofoam, which used to be a big part of our business, gave us a competitive advantage because of freight.
Right.
Beverages similarly also gave us a competitive advantage because when you ship in water, the cost to ship it is very expensive. And so we could compete locally manufactured and build brands, I mean, through distribution and consumer engagement. And so we identified, you know, those categories. Then we started to innovate and we got into Cran Water, we got into Boom Energy Drink, and a number of other products that have been truly successful. But when I do speak to young entrepreneurs, which I do a lot, I tell them, focus on your strengths and your core. Identify what you're good at and really become the best at it. You know, if you think about a guy like Jeff Bezos, you know, I mean, look at the business that he had. The biggest business, well, second biggest business in the world today in terms of market cap.
Right.
But he started selling only books on a website, and then he grew it into this conglomerate of a business. We started with bigger soft drinks, and then we added water, and then we added Boom, and so forth. And similarly, what we've seen is our core strengths are just growing our distribution, and then supplementing that with the manufacturing.
Do you see distribution as Wisynco's, because everybody, well, certainly
people think of Wisynco as manufacturing.
Sure.
But the truth is we're really a distribution company.
Right.
And the components that make Wisynco strong, that really make us almost impenetrable, are the fact that we have our brands that we manufacture. So the trade wins products like True Juice and Worthy Parks, you know, the sugar and the rums, St. Mary's snacks. So that's a ring fence to protect the business from you know, outside competition, because or from somebody saying we don't want you as a distributor anymore.
Right.
So today, you know, we do a lot of licensed manufacturing as well, like Coca-Cola and their brands. But at the end of the day, you know, those brands in our portfolio are also ring fenced, because if tomorrow morning Coke said we want to move the production to Trinidad, which it used to be, they wouldn't be able to compete in Jamaica anymore.
Right.
So we have that advantage through the manufacturing.
Amazing. You have recently entered the beer market, which is
about to.
About to.
The first shipments are on the wharf, I think.
Right. Which is in Jamaica. Well, we know what happened with Heineken buying Red Stripe.
Right.
Juggernaut of a company.
Yeah.
Why?
I love juggernauts. I look at them and I think, imagine there's only one guy in that business.
Yes.
So, and it's big enough that I think, you know, ultimately, all of these industries that have, I mean, like if you look at our water business, for example, when we entered the water market in 2002, there was really only Catherine's Peak.
Right.
But Catherine's Peak didn't have the brand recognition, the wide availability. You know, if you look at the beer market in Jamaica, beer is totally underserved as a category. And let me give you a context. So, soft drinks in 1996, when Bigger started, the total market for soft drinks, ready-to-drink beverages in package, whether cans, glass, or plastic, was about 6 million cases a year. Today, that market is probably 50 million cases. So the exponential growth and the stimulation of the various companies that have come into the market, you know, brands like Lasco, brands like the Pepsi brands and Bigger, etc., have stimulated the market. The same thing is going to happen with beer.
Sure.
Now, Red Stripe and Heineken may be the biggest beneficiary of that type of growth because they're the market leaders.
So you're helping them.
I only want as the market grows for beer, I only want maybe
Yeah, tiny piece.
10% or 15% of it.
Wonderful.
Until one day we can beat them with distribution.
Sure,
Yeah.
sure. Wonderful. You think they're how worried do you think they are?
You know, to be honest with you, I think Heineken has a strong footprint in Jamaica with the brands. Red Stripe is a powerful brand. So I don't think I would be worried if I was them. Not too much.
You guys have been wonderful at picking brands, but also investing heavily in how you market,
Right.
how you build the brand. Point Global is a marketing and branding firm.
Right.
We look, I can tell you, I study everything that comes out of Wisynco, all
Yeah.
the campaigns that you do, how you build them, how your team builds them. We worked a little bit on digital with Calico Jack,
Okay.
True Juice, and some of your other brands.
Right.
And we have always loved how innovative and how strong
Yeah.
how important is that to your overall distribution, your overall manufacturing?
Well, in this day, you know, especially now when people are sheltered and the social side of social media is far more important. The electronic side, especially because how do you engage with consumers? You know, there's no parties, there's no events. So on the electronic side, we are now trying to figure out, you know, even more how do we use that and leverage a strategy to build on that. There's no question. I mean, I'm not on Instagram. I'm not on Facebook. I leave that to the younger generation, and I realize that you know, if you look at the young people today, because I have, you know, my children are in your age group, so I watch my 24-year-old daughter she's actually working from home now, but she lives in New York City, and I watch her and how she works and how she interacts with her friends, and there is so much for young people to garner from the electronic media that, you know, I think in Jamaica we're really just starting to scratch the surface. I think there's tremendous opportunity.
What type of investment needs to happen? What type of corporate leadership as well as government support needs to happen for us to really understand and use digital better?
So the first thing, and actually, you know, one of the things that I know there is a lot of, I think in the near future you'll hear a lot of stories and noise about it. We need to have much better infrastructure in terms of internet in Jamaica. There's really only two players, and between the two players, the inconsistency of supply is tragic. Right. And we cannot become a digital, led economy without having that infrastructure. Right. You know, people would say 15 years ago or 10 years ago that Jamaica was far advanced in terms of our technology. But what has happened is the capital investment has not kept pace with the demand and the growth in the consumption. Right. So that's an area, and as I said, I think in the next 2 years you'll hear a lot of excitement about investment in that area. Sure. And then beyond that, I think we have to, you know, put in the hands of the young people as much technology as possible, because the digital age, I mean, you're talking, you know, people approaching us now about laptops for students and tablets and all of this. And our kids here, especially in this time, if they don't have access to that technology and to the ability to learn, to maintain at a pace that the kids in other countries are, right, we're going to fall behind. And it will be a terrible disaster for the country if that happens.
Right. There are 600,000 students in Jamaica.
Right.
I know the distribution to schools is a huge part of your business.
Yeah.
How big has the COVID impact? Is it that parents are still buying, or has the school business and the fall off in the school business affected your overall ability to?
No. So you know, if you look at Wisynco, and if you were to break it down in terms of the channels that we sell to, our like hotel business would represent about 13% of our revenue. Schools is about 5% of our revenue. So schools are a very, very big component. We're probably, prior to COVID, the only company that had a dedicated school
team of salespeople that, you know, I think we service over 600 schools directly. And, you know, as we expanded the portfolio, we had snacks, we had beverages, we had novelties like, you know, ice cream sticks and all of those kind of things. And so we became really relevant in the schools for their snacks and consumption. So we saw a huge hit. And what happened is, at home, the house parents, mothers, whatever, are not buying the same type of products to give the kids. So where they would buy the lunchbox, little Tetra Pak drinks, those are not, because now at home they're mixing something,
and throwing it in a cup or something.
or whatever, right? So we're finding different consumption patterns at home than we normally would. Like water sales are slightly down over the last few months during COVID, and we're seeing increases in areas like soft drink.
Okay.
And it's hard to understand, but I mean, you know, through research and stuff, we're starting to see some of the indicators of what's driving that.
Sure. Jumping back to marketing, when your brand teams come and they pitch an idea, as marketers we love selling an idea.
Yes, I know.
What lens, from where you're sitting, how do you evaluate the effectiveness of that idea? Because one of a lot of marketers watch digital housing for that kind of insight. What do I need to convince you as a C-suite person?
Historically, I would, you know, I guess maybe because I was much more in touch with what was happening in terms, you know, in the social scene. I would look at it and say whether or not I thought it resonated with the consumers at the time. But as we have grown and we've gotten bigger now, I'm much more inclined to say I wanted to focus groups.
Right.
So if we have an idea that we're pitching or a package design or a promotion or whatever, I would say to them, well, I want to say who is our consumer group? Go to the people, even internally if we have to, and give me a focus group to say, do you like the package? Do you like the promotional idea? Do you like the creative and so forth? Because I guess maybe I'm not in my own mind, I might think I'm still relevant, but I'm no longer relevant as far as the younger people and consumption is concerned.
Right. So the belief in kind of empirical evidence.
As much as possible, yeah.
Wonderful.
I don't shoot from the hip as much as I used to.
All right. Just in terms of leadership, stepping away from marketing a little bit, how do you lead your team? What are some of the things that are important for you from your personal value in leading?
So at Wisynco, we speak about the values of the organization are in a word called CHIRP, and it stands for compassion, humility, integrity, respect, and passion. And when I do speak to our teams, I usually focus on humility. And one of the reasons is because I think over time, and even with my own family, over time I think the values of humility, understanding how to listen to people, the compassion then comes in. If you see issues or needs that people have, that's when compassion kicks in. But it's a humility to be able to really understand what people's needs are, listening to them. And that, because marketing people especially, leaders a lot of the time, they sometimes develop a sense of arrogance.
Yeah.
And when you become arrogant, you no longer can understand or hear, your peers or even people, who are supposed to be, coming up through the ranks that you want to try and develop or whatever. You stop listening to those people. And so for me, the biggest leadership advice, I would give any young business leader is, first of all, ensure that you listen before you talk, and try and no matter how successful you become, if you have arrogance, you'll always falter.
Sure. Let's talk a little bit about business model,
right?
And investment in business model. You're as a big manufacturer, but also a big distributor. How do you evaluate? I know I run a tiny business compared to Wisynco, and I'm bombarded by people trying to sell me a technology, send me a solution. How do you filter and make decisions around how you deploy, whether manufacturing technology or just any technology or any new system of operation in your business?
So I mean, like right now, for example, we're going through, we've got 2 consultants working full-time with us looking at ERP solution. And we've gone through a process of ruling out, you know, we were looking at SAP, Microsoft Dynamics, and then Oracle. And so we basically have narrowed it down to one, and we're now in the sort of this, there's a phase they call it where it's like it's discovery,
Right.
where they now go in and they look at all components of the business, you know, with a fine-tooth comb and come back and tell us exactly what our needs are going to be. That the investment is a huge investment because it is really taking us to that next stage where, you know, in our brief when we sat down with the consultants, we said, these are some of the outcomes we want in the next couple of years. This is our 2-year, 5-year, 10-year kind of vision, whether or not we can achieve all of these things, but this is our vision. And then from that, they built, you know, sort of an understanding of what our needs were. And we do the same thing in manufacturing. So we're in the process of finalizing a huge expansion. We're going to be building, we're putting out a tender probably within 30 days to put up another 210,000 square feet of factory and warehouse. New lines, new production technology, giving us, you know, capacity for things that will take us from the water and the soft drinks in plastic to new formats, new package types, new capabilities in terms of we'll be able to do 100% juice in all, you know, we'll be able to do eventually beer, etc. So the plan is, as we move, you know, we sit down and we do all kinds of financial models, and we understand, you know, what. So right now there's a team who's working on what is the products that we want to manufacture, pricing in the market. So we'll come back and say these are the prices. So it's there's a tremendous amount of work that and then you have to look at, you know, from a cash flow perspective. How are you going to finance it? What are you going to do? Some debt, some equity. And you sit down and come back with a model that says, this is the expected payback, this is the worst case scenario, and you know, and then you determine whether or not it's, I mean, over the years, we've made investments we thought were huge, and looking back at it now, they were tiny in comparison to some of the stuff we're doing now. You know?
Right.
It's a part of maturing of any business.
Sure. One of the things that we see happening is for the last few quarters, at least the last 2 quarters, and we alluded to it in some of our discussion here, is a reduction or contraction in some spaces.
Right.
And business owners at that point and leaders have to make decisions about, you know, how do I deploy my capital? Right. What are the decisions that I need to make? And one of the things you're seeing, well, I'm seeing happening from my perspective, is that when the business used to have 10 projects that they're trying to execute, they're more narrowing and focusing. Is that the right thing to be doing in a pandemic, or how do you navigate this period, which is a lot of uncertainty?
I think that is really the crucial word, the uncertainty, because the reality is none of us really know how much longer. I mean, if you listen to some people, they'll tell you that there's going to be a vaccine next month, and then you want to understand, well, are you going to trust that vaccine?
Yeah.
And if you're not sure about the science behind the vaccine development and then the production on a wide-scale basis and distribute. So the truth is, in all of our projections now, we're anticipating that we will be under similar conditions like this for at least another 18 months.
Right.
Whether or not that means that there's still going to be some opening up of the tourism markets. But the reality is, I think everybody has to accept that this is in the short term, and when I say short term, 18 months is short term, is, you know, the country's economy can't stop.
Right.
And recently, the president of the JMEA came out and said that the COVID is not a cockroach. You know, in other words, why do we need to shut the economy down at 8 o'clock every night?
Right.
I mean, people think it's because of parties or clubs or bars, but the reality is it's not. What it is there are implications for people in the agricultural sector, there are implications for manufacturing and distribution. people in restaurant business, supermarket business. All of these businesses are having a hard time even keeping pace with these shorter hours.
Sure.
And so I think, you know, we're going to have to come to the realization that we can't, if we keep operating with these shorter hours and, you know, yes, we have to have public health and safety first, but that means people have to wear masks in closed environments. People have to be aware of social distancing, of washing hands and sanitizing. I mean, I've never washed my hands so much in my entire life.
Yes.
I mean, I go through, you know, alcohol. I could drink a bottle every day with the amount of sanitizer I use.
Yes.
But it's just a temporary set of measures that we have to follow in order to ensure health and safety. Really not for the younger people, but for the older people.
Sure.
We're going to have to live through it, and we're going to have to just accept that the economy needs to start really reopening.
Wonderful. We see what is happening with particular businesses that are smaller businesses.
Right.
32% of businesses, this is from Gartner research in the US, are now seeing a situation where they have had to shift full-time employment to some kind of contractual or gig or project base. Is that a major shift that you think is here to stay in terms of how people are managed within an organization?
So there's a few things that I think will be permanent. When I say permanent, like we'll see them 10 years from now. One of them is going to be, there's going to be a lot less people working in offices. My daughter, for example, she works with Macy's. Their head office is right near Times Square in New York. And she worked in an office, but she was doing a lot of their online. She manages a number of their the portfolio for beauty and stuff.
Sure.
And she's been sent home since March, or April, and she's now working from Jamaica at home. She's going back up to start thinking about finding an apartment again in New York because their office is not reopening until early next year. But one of the things that I've come to realize is that those big office buildings in places like New Kingston or New York or in Toronto, anywhere you go, in any major city, you're going to find less and less demand for that. Mm-hmm. So people work more from home, and a lot of the, like today I was speaking to our head of IT. I wanted to try and get some laptops for some school students. Mm-hmm. And I said, do we have any old laptops around the place? And he said, unfortunately, because the whole office is now working from home, basically. They've given out all the laptops, so we had no, So that's a new reality. That's going to continue. Businesses that support, like the internet delivery services. So like the Amazons are going to continue to explode. Grocery delivery businesses, anybody who's in the internet and the supply side. The benefit for companies like ours is on the operations and supply. Somebody has to deliver that final, and that's one of the things, like I see long term, we are going to probably offer home delivery service.
Sure.
So we will have the ability, right now we service 15,000 customers. Right. But, one day I see us as a company being able to have the ability to service 600,000 homes, right. And basically do what most of the other companies like the Amazons and the Apples of this world, where they eliminate, or not eliminate, but they basically supplement their margin through direct-to-consumer, sales. And I think that's the future for a lot of companies to survive.
Are Jamaican corporate leaders learning that fast enough and making the adjustment and the retooling?
Not every business can do it. In other words, if you're selling chicken, it's going to be hard for you to sell directly to people's homes. But in our business, because of the nature of the products, I think we can do it. Yeah. And we also have such a diverse portfolio that I think it adds the capabilities.
Shifting a little bit again, your philanthropic work is well known. You're involved in so many.
I don't speak about it, so I
Yeah,
don't know.
but it's well known for people who are looking.
Yeah.
Is that an important element of what you do? Is it how important is that giving back to you?
Yeah, it is. I mean, to be honest with you, I guess it's a part of the values. You know, another thing that we speak of, that I speak of a lot in the company and to the teams when I do speak to them, is you know, if you have to have faith, and it's important to have faith, because if you have faith, it gives you reason for being. You know, life is not about just coming here and being on the earth and accumulating things. That's not what it's all about. And so once you have you know, sort of at the foundation faith, and I think you know, we do as a family, that's been a big area. One of the biggest things that I think our family is proud of is the establishment of Food for the Poor,
right,
which was founded by my father and his 3 brothers about 35 years ago. And that organization has been really a huge sort of, you know, filling the gaps in the needs of poor people in Central America and the Caribbean. So throughout Honduras, Guatemala, Nicaragua, El Salvador, in the most needy communities, they do homes, they do a lot of, you know, support for like fishing villages and farming and agricultural projects in Jamaica as well. They've done thousands and thousands of homes, tens of thousands of homes. Yeah. And in Haiti, they were the single largest developer of homes after the earthquake. Yeah. So they've done tremendous work, and I serve on the board locally. I do a number of other projects, but I mean, I think if I would say there's one single, you know, body of philanthropic work that I would be most proud of, it would be Food for the Poor.
Yeah.
And the work they do.
Tremendous.
Yeah.
You work in a family business. You've benefited from your father's mentorship. How important is mentorship in growing, in learning, in developing?
I think it's critical. When I started in the business in the 80s, my uncle, who was then chairman, I worked very closely with him, and he mentored me. You know, I used to sit in on meetings with him. It got to the point where people actually thought I was his son. Okay. And you know, because of that, over the last, I would say 15 years, I've done a lot of that mentoring myself as well with young business people. I've done a few sessions, quite a few sessions with like the Branson Center. Yeah. We have a group of young entrepreneurs through a youth group in St. Catherine. I've done a number of sessions there. I've had a number of young entrepreneurs, sons of customers who have said, you know, our daughters have said, I would like to get some advice, and I will take them and give, you know, that's how you pass on, hopefully, the best practices and teach people to become good leaders.
Sure, wonderful. You have also gotten involved in the venture capital space. I remember pitching to you when Tyrone and I was negotiating our merger. Why was that a thing that you think, you know what, I want to also
at the time I was doing it because of my desire to try and help young entrepreneurs. The truth is that it was I didn't stay very long in that organization, but I still do the work, and I do it more sort of privately. That was in a more public forum.
Sure.
So I still do a lot of the entrepreneurial sort of mentoring that I always have done, or at least in the last 15 years or so.
Sure. In business life, what are some of the most important lessons do you think that you have taken from your father, from your uncle, from the other people who have influenced you?
So, you know, just last week actually I was talking to my father. He's retired. He's been retired for some time, but he's also, this year he'll be stepping down from the board of the company. And, you know, I said to him, there's so many areas that we didn't agree. Many of them as a result of generational differences.
Right.
But but as we work together, and we work very closely together for 25 years, I came to the realization that his principles and his values, his moral compass was, it's like I said to people, if my father told you that the sky is brown, don't even bother look outside. The sky is brown.
Yes.
You don't have to question it. And so those sort of fundamental values and ethical principles that he lived by is something that I really hold dearly. And then with my uncle, who I also work very closely with, his ability to understand the needs of consumers. Like from the very beginning, he used to say to me, you need to, the business is not in the office. Mm-hmm. The business is in the supermarket or on the road. Go out there, talk to the customers, talk to the consumers. And growing up as a young business person, I spent weekends, Saturdays, Sundays in the supermarkets or going out to small wholesalers and asking them what was it that they needed or what. And that's how I saw some of the brands' opportunities, the business opportunities, and that's how we grew over time. Was through that.
Wonderful. A lot of people know entrepreneurship is the new buzzword. Everybody wants to start a business. Yeah. If you were starting, where would you be looking? If you were saying
today,
today, if you were starting a business, where are the sectors that you say, hey, this is an interesting play? Is manufacturer still a good place?
Yes, definitely. People have to eat.
Yeah.
I think probably I would say the real area of opportunity in the long term is going to be in the logistics. Somebody is going to produce it, and they have to get it to the consumer. Right. So, finishing the gap between the manufacturer or the farmer and the consumer, that's a big opportunity. And I think that over time, you'll see whole industries just boom and blossom out of that.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
I think I explored this with Jeffrey a little bit, and the idea, especially in a business in Jamaican context, business has a lot of effect on the Jamaican landscape.
Yes.
Because the reality as a small economy, business has a tremendous role for good, for movement of policy, for movement of where we want our country to be going.
Yeah.
Do you consciously seek to think about how you can positively impact?
Yeah.
And are you kind of putting that into how do you do that?
So, I think for me the biggest area of how I have approached it was in my participation with the PSOJ. So in 2015, I decided that I was going, against all my better judgment. I had a number of my own personal mentors who called me and said, you need to do this because there is so much that you need to impress upon the private sector, the leaders in the private sector, of the importance of agriculture and manufacturing.
Right.
We have, historically, the PSOJ has been led by people primarily in the financial sector.
Yes.
So at the very top, they look at things differently. They look at macroeconomics, and they don't necessarily understand the needs of some of the small people. And even, you've heard people say that the PSOJ stands for the Privileged Sons of Jamaica. I don't know if you ever heard that.
Yes, I've heard.
So the reality is, a lot of my contemporaries felt that me getting into that organization would bring a little bit more sort of grassroots feel to it. Sure. And I didn't get a chance to finish the full term because of our fire in 2016. Yeah. But I think it created a new opportunity for me to participate in a dialogue, policy discussion. Yeah. Arising out of that, we created tremendous collaborative arrangements between the private sector, the government, and civil society. Okay. Some of it had been started by the previous president, Chris Zaka, and we expanded on it, and we created, a lot of tremendous vehicles. I sat on the very beginning of ESET,
yes,
which was the electrical sector enterprise team, which put in place the framework for the investment in new energy capacity in Jamaica and is going to help to bring down energy costs in the country. We had the EPOC, which is the policy committee that was basically designed to monitor the government's economic program, and I sat on that committee as well. So what you saw developing was this more collaborative approach with the private sector and the government, which allowed more dialogue, policy making. In the right after COVID, in the immediate aftermath, the private sector organization, currently the president is Keith Duncan. Yes. He had the opportunity to bring on board a group of advisors, past presidents and other private sector leaders who assisted to build the team that the Prime Minister put together of the task force. Yes. And so I was on that task force along with Keith, a number of ministers of government, and basically identify the steps, some of the steps that we would need to take as a country to ensure the economy is not going to, have severe fallout. Sure. I mean, we're having fallout, we're going to continue to have fallout, but what are the steps we would need? And so a lot of the policy decisions that arose out of that those meetings and the document, I think should guide us out of this mess in the next year and a half.
Tremendous. There's so much other things to explore, but we have to kind of wrap up. I'll spend the other few minutes that we have talking about small businesses. Yes. And how small a person who is really maybe now in the cottage industry, but really looking forward to growing and scaling. What lessons would you? So there's a small producer, somebody who's thinking about a product. Right. His grandmother has a recipe from 30 years ago. So what lessons? What do you say to those?
The first thing that I say to young and small business, who are beginning, is focus on, if it's a service or a product, focus on a very narrow view. People sometimes think it's counterintuitive, but the reality is, if you were to say, okay, I am going to make gizzardo, I have a recipe that handed down from my mother or whatever, and I'm going to become the very, very best manufacturer of gizzardo in Jamaica. And then you produce it to a certain standard, you package it so that it is the finest looking product, and then you work because eventually you'll get the distribution. Right. If you get it to a certain point, then Wisynco or Grace Kennedy or somebody will say, okay, I want to distribute this product through my network. And at that point, you could become a gizzardo giant. Right. And you have the opportunities to then send it overseas, to export it. And so I always say to small business people, don't believe that you have to be doing, online, and you have to be doing manufacturing, and maybe you want to get into a car rental business, because what happens is you take all of your capital, your emotional, your mental, and your physical capital, and you're spreading it over a very wide cross section of different. You have to have a different capacity to think about one business versus another. Focus on the business that you're strong at, good at, become the very best. And over time, you'll then be able to grow, tremendously. And Wisynco started that way. Yeah. In other words, we were plastics, and then we had other businesses which were really not doing much, and then we eventually said, okay, we want to become a beverage company, and in 1996, sometimes I have to pinch myself, because I remember 1996, we started the factory with about 70 people. Mm-hmm. And fast forward to today, we had one line which was doing about 1 million cases a year. Fast forward to today, and the beverage business of Wisynco, the total beverage business is somewhere around 35 million cases a year. Mm-hmm. And we have, 10 production lines. Oh, so tremendous. You can do it. Yeah. Investment, the whole investment for that factory in 1995 was $2.5 million US. Right. We will buy one piece of machine now, which is multiples of that, right. Which not even doing. So It's just a matter of being very, very focused.
Sure. The other big thing that emerging businesses grapple with, certainly in the Jamaican context, is access to capital.
Yes.
What needs to happen, and I see it a lot of times, because our business is more oriented towards emerging businesses
Right.
or emerging brands. And I talk to a lot of businesses that say, hey, we know we have a good product,
Right.
we're concentrating on excellence, but the capital is not there.
Yeah.
And yes, we have financial institutions, but just the rigor and the work
Yeah.
of going and negotiating, and by the time I spend 3 weeks of trying to get to where I need to go there, I've lost an opportunity.
Yeah.
What needs to happen for us to be much more nimble for our small businesses to get to market?
So I think what you're going to start to see is institutions coming up that are going to become quasi-private equity. And that's happening already.
Yeah.
You know, you're starting to see the likes of, Cygnus and Barita and some of these entities that a lot of them are going to be flush with capital.
Right.
And they have no choice but to deploy, because on the liability side, they're going to have to find a way to pay their investment. The people who are investing with them, they're going to have to give them some return.
Right.
Similarly, on the banking side, what you're seeing now is the banks are running out of blue chip companies.
Right.
We don't need any more cash right now to
true.
borrow.
I'm sure the bankers are calling.
Yeah, I mean, if Jeffrey and Jamaica Producers, similarly, the Grace Kennedys, all of those companies don't really need more money to borrow.
Right.
And so they're going to run out of customers, but they still have all the deposits.
Right.
Now there's only one of two things. They can stop paying interest on the deposits, which you're starting to see them come down, or they can start to become a little bit more aggressive in the market and go after small business loans. You're seeing more of that. So Scotiabank, Jamaica National, a number of institutions, NCB as well, are looking at micro and small lending, micro and small enterprise lending. That's going to continue to happen, and it will evolve, where the level of risk, appetite for risk, is going to grow just because of the need for the banking and the financial institutions to have, on the asset side, people who they feel can give them some kind of return. And then the other thing is that even investors, private investors now, I mean, I know, for example, like outside of Wisynco, I have a number of other investments I'm looking at just because I see good opportunities. Mm-hmm. And so small businesses are going to find that there are private investors who will come in and take a piece of the action, almost again like private equity, but this time it's just a one-on-one relationship rather than through an investment firm. Tremendous. So I think it's, the timing is good if you're going to the market to seek capital. Then you have the stock exchange, junior stock exchange, and they're talking about a micro stock exchange. Mm-hmm. So hopefully that materializes.
William, thank you very much for talking to me.
Pleasure. It was really, I'm happy that I came and did this.
Wonderful. Tremendous conversation. Guys, thank you for tuning in to Digital Housing 2020. We have learned so much about, from Founders Chair with Kalila and Yuan, looking at how they started and how they have grown businesses directly online, tremendous growth. And this is just their first year of operation. We looked at with Zachary about capital and how we raise capital and the importance of a business model, a customer acquisition strategy. We talked to Dwayne Samuels, a Jamaican who left Jamaica, went to Silicon Valley, built a network, and just closed $2 million in Silicon Valley for a person who is not, who spent most of his life in Jamaica up to university. And we capped it off with two tremendous conversations with Jeffrey Hall and William Mafood. Thank you for joining us. And if you haven't registered on our website, please go and register. For the persons who registered on our website and has paid the resource fee, all of these conversations will be pre-packaged, and within about a week or so, you'll get an email with all the resources you can use to fuel your business. Thank you again for joining us, and have a wonderful rest of the year. I think it's still a good year to succeed. And as Yuan said, if you're thinking about starting something, why not?
Yeah, good time.
Yeah. Thank you.
All right.
Pleasure. Absolute
Thanks.
pleasure.
Your legs. They're saying you're a hero, the MVP, the boss. But the swelling, aching, and burning are getting in the way of the game and your life. Varicose and spider veins can be uncomfortable and get in the way of your daily activities and get worse if left untreated. Contact Vein Centers of Jamaica or visit jamaicavein.com. Listen to your legs. Your relief, your life.
Yes, Chairman, we've made contact with all of our customers. 34 years ago, Exim made a commitment to Jamaica to help facilitate economic growth by providing loan financing solutions to companies just like you.
They say that necessity is the mother of invention. And in times like these, our commitment to you has not wavered, even as we seek to find innovative ways to serve you, to ensure your safety and the safety of our staff.
The success of your business is our priority. Exim cares.
Exim cares about your business.
Exim cares about you.
Your legs. They're saying you're a hero, the MVP, the boss. But the swelling, aching, and burning are getting in the way of the game and your life. Varicose and spider veins can be uncomfortable and get in the way of your daily activities and get worse if left untreated. Contact Vein Centers of Jamaica or visit jamaicavein.com. Listen to your legs. Your relief, your life.
Yes, Chairman, we've made contact with all of our customers. 34 years ago, Exim made a commitment to Jamaica to help facilitate economic growth by providing loan financing solutions to companies just like you.
They say that necessity is the mother of invention. And in times like these, our commitment to you has not wavered, even as we seek to find innovative ways to serve you, to ensure your safety and the safety of our staff.
The success of your business is our priority. Exim cares.
Exim cares about your business.
Exim cares about you.